Welcome to the 6 p.m. Municipal Building Authority meeting. Let the record reflect that all council members are present, with the exception of Chair Chaburka, who's been asked to be dismissed tonight. And we'll begin with our opening ceremony, and board member Blair will lead us in that pledge.
Great, thank you. We would ask all who are able to please rise and repeat after me. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And at this time, we will take a quick moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Are there any acknowledgements from the board?
Trustees.
Trustees? Am I on the wrong? Trustees. Trustees. Thank you.
Chair, maybe I will. I debated about this a little bit, but it is, election season that was extra long this time is now concluded, and I just wanted to acknowledge all those who have girded up their loins and fresh courage took and put their name on the line and went out and fought the fight, and whether they won or whether they lost, I admire people that will do that, and I just wanted to salute people that have wanted to engage in our public process.
Thank you.
I just want to quickly acknowledge how cool it is outside to walk amongst the lights that are out there, and watching them turn on the other night was just awesome. So it was a great night. It was one of the few nights that it wasn't below zero and snowing. So.
Yeah, I would just add on to that. It was phenomenal. The parade, everything about the Christmas Village and the parade and everything were great. And for the youth council who decorated the carts and their trailer, it was really cool. And if you haven't had a chance to watch the council Instagram feed, you should go check that out. Maybe a Christmas idea for Brandon, maybe a tape measure or something would be appropriate. So, any other acknowledgements? Any other trustees? Okay. First item, we have a public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget amendment, Municipal Building Authority parking, reserve and project investment, and we will invite our controller, Justin Swartzen, up to present on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ritchie and trustees, for the opportunity to come before you tonight with this budget amendment for the Municipal Building Authority. This budget action also has a subsequent action in the City Council meeting that we'll talk about later on as well. We did discuss this in work session 2 weeks ago. What the budget action is appropriating funds from the general fund in the amount of $1.5 million, and that money will go, a portion of it will be set aside as a construction reserve for the Wonder Block parking structures, and in the amount of $1,160,000. And then the other portion of that $1.5 million will be set aside, will go towards the investment in the development of the Wonder Block. We're also proposing a use of fund balance of $760,000 out of the MBA that would also go towards that initial investment in the development of the Wonder Block structure. So the total investment that will go would be $1.1 million, and then we would be putting $1,160,000 in a reserve for any additional with the construction of the project. So the total appropriation in the Municipal Building Authority is $2,260,000. And so the request tonight would be to appropriate those funds with the proposed resolution 2023-4.
All right. Any questions for Justin? Okay.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so if you'd like to address the council, the Municipal Building Authority on this item, we invite you to come. You'll have 3 minutes to talk. If you're online, you can raise your hand, and it's *9, I think, if you're on the phone. Welcome.
Good evening, Angel Castillo, Ogden resident. That was quite a work session we just had, and we heard people from Zions Bank talk about how office space is problematic for funding and that the market has changed, and we had a developer perspective saying the exact same thing. What you're proposing to do is to move money that we as taxpayers have paid, and you're going to pay a developer to build a parking lot that is required by code for an office building that we just heard is probably going to be problematic because we do not have a current market study for that. So again, I've said it repeatedly that the Wonder Block project concept is a good idea, and while I had issue with how the particular developer was selected, just moving that aside and just looking at the project, not bad if we had a market study that would show that that project is viable, because we are upside down in the investment. We as taxpayers are paying for that with the bond till 2054. And I have a problem with that because the market has changed dramatically in the last year. It was different in the last 2 years. And this project is being funded and pushed through based on old data, again, without a pro forma that says what is going to be built, and here is the market study that supports it from an objective outside third party. And we are in a very different place. And we have other things that are needing to be funded. Again, referring back to the work session, the state legislature is going to put the screws to every city across the state of Utah. And whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, I would much rather, as a citizen, be fulfilling those housing requirements in our way, the Ogden way, what we want to see, how we want it built, rather than having it being forced. And we're going to need money to do that. You listen to that whole session of how other cities and states, particularly cities in Utah, are being creative with supplementing their development patterns so that they can take care of their employees, their teachers, their police, their fire. It was a lot. It's a big work session. And there's tons of data to back all that up, and I'm sure you want to have more conversations, but I am directly opposed to transferring this money until there is a current market study. I think you should call to pause this project to get the data to show that it's viable, and then move forward with the developer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Lewis, I agree with everything Angel just said. After sitting through the meeting and listening to the finance challenges, everything they mentioned that they were having difficulty financing is exactly what these projects we're pushing right now. I think it's time to step back. In fact, I just heard 2 restaurants closed down on the Parkway down there. So we've already lost 2 restaurants. So is that because there's no demand, poor operation? What we need to understand what the community really needs and what's going to be viable. I think that it's a very bad idea to transfer more money into a project that we really don't really understand at this point. And I agree with what she said about the market study. And as I said, I'm opposed to transferring any more money into that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else on this item? I'll take a motion.
Chair, I'd make a motion that we close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Heyer to close the public hearing, and a second by Trustee Nadolski. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I ask a couple of questions before we
Absolutely.
vote?
Do you want to have Justin
Yeah.
come back up? Thank you.
So my question as you're coming up, but we're transferring this money and we have not fully, are we ready to do the bond yet?
I'm going to invite Lisa up. She's been heavily involved with the
I didn't see
bonding,
you, Lisa, sorry about that.
and so she'll be able to better answer that
Thanks.
for you.
So with the bonding, we anticipate closing or pricing on the TIF portion of the bond next week and the MBA portion the week after.
And so is this something that we should be doing after we have the pricing?
Well, we are telling investors that we are coming in with the 1.1 million. So that 2.2 million was bifurcated into city-held contingency and investment in the bond. So we need those funds available at closing.
Okay.
Again, I would like to maybe emphasize that we received a grant from the state of Utah from the Governor's Office of Economic Development for a total of $4 million. We've already appropriated $2.5 million. This is the other $1.5 million. We're actually using those funds on the Marshall White Center. We received the grant because we are doing Wonder Block. So we're pulling the money out of the general fund. It will be replaced with the ARPA lost revenue roll. Thank you.
Lisa, sorry, can you just re-clarify again? I know we've had this conversation, but the bond will be repaid by what source?
So the MBA portion will be repaid by revenue in the paid parking system. So these are paid parking structures. And the sales tax RDA bond will be paid by BDO lease revenue and RDA revenue from the
So
Wonder
sales
Block.
tax is committed, however, it's not
That's
necessarily.
that's the vehicle we're using to back
Right.
the debt, so we can get a lower interest rate.
So is there a property tax increase associated with these bonds?
No,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the,
I got a question. We keep hearing about the office space issues. Heard about it prior to tonight, heard about it all in the work session, heard about it here. Can we get an answer on that? How are we adjusting this project based on those trends? How are we accounting for that, Brandon?
Brandon, can you answer that question regarding the office?
So we've had this discussion a number of times. The discussion that you heard tonight was a general macro description of the environment, and what they said was absolutely true. The office market across the country has been decimated by COVID and the work from home trend, and industry is starting to figure out how to balance that, because employees love the work from home trend, but employers do not. And so that's correcting itself, but the damage has been done. As was said actually in the work session, in addition to that information, the more concentrated markets are seeing the heaviest hits. Ogden is not a highly concentrated office market. We have two 20-year-old office buildings that would be considered in the same classification as the Wonder Block office. And so as we have talked to brokers, as the developer did their market analysis, as the bond analysis, who have rated us very high on the TIF bond, and as the largest equity lender in the state with Keystone on the JF side, has all looked at having 115,000 square feet of new office space in 4 years' time come into our market is not a risk that they are unwilling to take. And so we agree with that. That's why it's been developed as part of this project. And we feel that given all that's working in our microeconomy, meaning the aerospace and defense industry and the other things that are happening in Ogden and Weber County and Davis County, that it's a prudent move to do. It's 115,000 square feet in a marketplace that has a dearth of space available. We talked to Golden West Credit Union. They are one of the only people building office right now. They overbuilt their space up on the hill in the terrace by about 20,000 square feet. They've rented that almost fully immediately. And so there's at least some demand for that Class A space that they've realized. And so we'll just continue to monitor the market over time, but this product will not be available to us until 2027.
Is there any flexibility once the bond is issued in the ratios of different spaces, or is it pretty well set?
I think it's pretty well set.
Okay. Are they, I mean, the developer's looking for tenants already, right?
Yes.
Do we have any anchor tenants lined up for retail?
We're just
Or
starting.
for office, I mean, sorry.
We're just starting all of that. You've probably noticed the sign. Brandon Fugel is the top commercial real estate broker in the region, and so he has taken on the listing for Wonder Block. He's bullish in terms of the micro market that we have as it relates to Hill Air Force Base. He also is the listing agent for Falcon Hill, and so he's going to have a broad perspective of all that demand that's coming out there, and we'll be able to use his expertise to get a price point that will compete well with the Falcon Hill product that's there at the west gate of the base. We haven't been able to recruit heavily until we have a project. It's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. And so as we did our summit and thereafter, we've always been talking to grocers, we've been talking to retailers, we've been talking to office tenants, but our heaviest recruiting will come in 2024 because it's a real project. They have their funding, we have our funding. That'll all culminate in the next week, as Lisa said, and we now have a fully funded, fully designed, fully permitted, ready to go project that will break ground in January, and that will then give us the ability to go to someone and say, look, this is when the expected delivery date is, here's the square footage, here's what our lease rates are going to be. Before now, it's just been a colored picture on a drawing.
Thanks.
All right. Anything else? I'm ready for a motion if we have one on this item.
I have one more question.
Oh, we have more questions? That's fine too.
So did that's okay. I think we've got the
You
answer.
answered it? Okay.
I propose that we adopt proposed resolution 2023-4.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember White, or Trustee White, and a second by Trustee Heyer to adopt proposed resolution 2023-4. This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Blair,
Aye.
Trustee Heyer,
Aye.
Trustee Lopez,
Aye.
Trustee Nadolski,
Aye.
Trustee White,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye. And that passes. Thank you. We now move into our public comments. This is the only public comment portion where you can address the council on any topic. There will be other opportunities in a public hearing to specific topics, but we invite those who would like to come and present. You have 3 minutes to present, and again, this will be the only time tonight among the 3 different meetings where we'll have that opportunity. If you're online, you can raise your hand to be given the opportunity. It doesn't look like we have any phone people there. Please state your name and when you come to the podium.
Lou Wheelwright, 5618 South Shadow Mountain Lane. I am a resident of Ogden. I've got a couple of comments that I'd like to make regarding the information has been floating around on the airport and the trying to bring a commercial flight back into the airport. Number one, be aware of the fact I'm not opposed to commercial traffic at Ogden. I would just soon land behind a 737 as somebody that really doesn't know what they're doing in a 172. I've been on the airport for 50 plus years. Kind of own 2 hangars. I don't know if the city's going to end up with them over the course of time. Have an aircraft and am a pilot. What my biggest opposition to the way this is coming down is the fact that I don't believe in corporate or business welfare being offered by a municipality. I've been in business in Ogden and worked here. I've had probably 1,000 employees over the years. I've been involved in several different businesses. Some of them were successful, some of them were not successful. I've lost money in some, I've made a lot of money in other ones. But if somebody's going to give me, you know, if I was going to go out and say, give me the lowest hanging fruit on the tree that I can grab, and I can give you some money because you're going to make me some promises, maybe, because I haven't really seen, and maybe you guys have more information, we'll know more tonight, you know, what airline is going to come in. Allegiance wasn't even an airline. They were actually just a charter service. And the airlines we've had here, I'm not opposed to them at all, but, you know, the fact that me as a taxpayer has to subsidize them, that just goes against the grain. If a business thinks they can make it, then they need to come in. They need to, you know, be able to pay the taxes. They need to pay their employees. They need to pay their rent. They need to pay their utilities. Don't put that off on me because I don't give a damn about them. You know, they don't care about me. I really don't care about them. And for, you know, when you're using my money to subsidize them, that really concerns me. And I would appreciate when it gets down to it, if we want to get an airline in, and if somebody wants to come in and they want to put the effort and the time and put their money on the line and put their experience on the line, then let them go for it. But I don't think it should be subsidized by, you know, me as a taxpayer and other taxpayers in the city. Got any questions for me? Because I got 23 seconds left. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Kelly Crozier. I live in Roy, but I own a hangar at the airport, so I think I'm entitled to speak. I totally agree with what was just said, okay? We shouldn't put that burden on the taxpayers, okay? It says right there in your transmittal that Ogden is contingent on several factors outside airline control. That's 100%. It also states that there is no competition north of Ogden or southern Idaho. That's outright false. Pocatello has 1 flight a day. Twin Falls has 1 flight Saturday through Friday. Idaho Falls, numerous flights, 5 airlines. Okay, why would we subsidize a airline to come in here and make money when the biggest share of people here in the Ogden area drive 30 minutes to Salt Lake and can be anywhere in the world within a 48 period? Okay, I'd encourage you to do the math on the 100,000 enplanements in a year. Okay, the math don't come out to $100,000 at 4 flights a week. At 137, I think is what it said the plane was capable of carrying. It's not even a fourth of it. Okay, I think you got to take into consideration the airlines right now have a major pilot situation. As of today, they are 16,000 pilots short, due to increase 25% in the next 10 years. Okay, and it's the same with the mechanics on airplanes in there. There's that much shortage in there. Okay, with the cost of pilots going in and the fuel and the cost related to the flights going in and out, there's no airline that can make a long term in Ogden right now, in my opinion, that can make a living doing it for a long period of time. Okay, years past, we need to go on what has happened in the past. It ain't changed any. If anything, it's got worse in the last 2 years. COVID, pilot shortage, plane shortages. Airlines just cannot make it, paying $90 million a plane and $200,000 a year in 2 pilots and have the plane halfway empty. It don't work. Okay, with the new administration coming in and everything, I don't think that you ought to be making these kind of decisions based on what you think is going to happen. You need to get an airline to come in with a commitment like Provo's done. Allegiant give in the neighborhood of $15 million, Spirit $5 million. You need to get that commitment here before you put that burden on a taxpayer. And I'm like him. I'm not against an airline coming in here, but I don't want it on my back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
I just want to say one thing about the airport. I think we really need to understand that service to John Wayne Airport. How many people in Ogden are really going to take their family on the plane down to Disneyland? We need to understand that. There needs to be a market study, and we need to see that before you guys decide on whether you're going to fund that or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Angel Castillo, Ogden resident. I too cannot believe that you are going to invest $250,000 without a market study. They said it was coming, but you don't. And yet again, we see another thing brought to the council last minute with no warning. Like, you couldn't have been informed of this week. You wouldn't have been able to ask your questions earlier, or excuse me, last week. I just think it's a lot of money that doesn't belong to the city. It belongs to the taxpayers. You are stewards of the taxpayers. I can't believe that you're going to make a $250,000 investment without that study. Mr. Cooper said in the work session, quote, "Does the benefit outweigh the risks?" End quote. That's a really good question. Y'all took a big swing with the Velo, right? I wasn't against a Velo coming in. It seemed like it was a good concept, and it didn't work. Are we going to make that same mistake again without any data to back up the investment? And I'd like to remind you that we already have business at the airport. SkyShare is a wonderful charter airline, and they have multiple locations across the state of Utah that they house their planes in. And they would love to be able to centralize in Ogden. But we have a revisionary lease clause, which y'all, I'm sure, heard about the legislative session, where they were pretty adamant that Ogden did not do the right thing. But why can't we be investing on businesses that are already here, that have already paid their dues? A $250,000 low interest loan. Now, I agree with Mr. Wheelwright. I don't condone corporate welfare. But I think you can do things to make it easier. And a $250,000 investment in a really low interest loan below what we are at 7%, you know, back in the days of 2% and 3%, so we get our money back. What would that do for our local business? Just think about if SkyShare tripled its capacity of flights coming out of here, what that does for the tax base with zero risk. And they have plenty of property to guarantee a loan, zero risk. I implore you to get the research before we make these big investments of our money. And then this whole BDO lease revenue, that's still our money. It's supposed to come, we pay taxes, and if you're going to subsidize something without strings or without a payback process, it should have some social impact, like a library or a school. I think investing in a commercial airline when we've already done it and it failed is not wise.
Brandon, let's go to online. We've got Heath Sato and Emily's iPhone. Go ahead with Heath.
Hi, Heath Sato, Ogden resident. On this airport issue, it does seem to be, as was said earlier, that this is standard operating procedure. The way this issue came to you last minute, you were sold nothing but positives, then you're expected to vote on it before you have any time to research your decision. We had to practically pull teeth for months to get a commitment of $100,000 to restore a cherished artifact that our city owns and is expected to care for. But you're expected to spend $250,000 less than an hour after you and the rest of us were introduced to this concept. I appreciate that you all spend a lot of time to represent us, and it can be a thankless job, but I have to wonder if you've had a chance to get feedback from the constituents that voted you into office in this last hour since you learned of the details of this. You're being asked to put up a quarter of their startup costs, and I want to know how many local businesses owned by local entrepreneurs has our government funded 25% of their startup costs. These local businesses where the profits stay within the community. I know you guys haven't had time to look any of this up, but I found this article from August that shows this new startup airline lost an incredible amount of money last year. It looks like, I don't know, close to $200 million with revenues of like 55 million. When just the first quarter of this year, they had revenue of 67 million, expenses of 115 million, so a loss of 48 million. I don't know if they're going to stick around, and I don't want to spend that much money on taking this big of a risk. If you're going to, I think you should be given a lot more time to talk about it, research it, and represent the people that voted you into office. I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Emily's iPhone, when you're ready, if you please state your name.
Emily Bealey, and I definitely won't use all my 3 minutes. I just had a question. I understand it's a low interest loan. I guess Angel explained that. But I'm wondering what is, and I also heard, Council or Trustee White in the work session ask questions about rent or things, or maybe that was tonight. But when is like the break even? What is the long-term benefit, to the city? It seems like I haven't really heard about the return on investment. So do you guys have an idea about what that is?
We're talking about the airline, right, Emily?
Yes. Yeah. Like,
Okay.
we're giving them this money, and I know they're not paying a lot of fees. That was part of the deal, right? You want to have your fees low, and they're not paying rent, and they get 2 years of something without any charge. So like, where's the positive for, this expenditure?
So Emily, it's not like a
Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah, it's okay. It's not like a Q&A. So if you want to finish your public comment, then we'll go from there.
Okay, so after I yield my time, then you can answer? Or do you even know the answer?
Somebody
Yeah.
might.
Yeah, somebody might. But yeah, is there anything else that you had that you wanted to say on this issue, Emily?
Just, I guess I was wrong. It's not a loan. It's, you contributing to their startup funds. And I think
Correct.
that is such a great question, because I know there's businesses that have closed down recently, even on 25th. And, if the city could have done something to get them through a rough time, it seems like that would have been very positively impacting to them. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Is there anyone else in the council chambers or online who'd like to comment?
Hi, I'm Teresa Holmes, Ogden resident, and I'm just wondering if Union Station is still going to have its museums, or is that out the window already? And also, who's going to be running it? I hope not them. We need better people. Christie's good, but over the whole thing and the building of it, I mean, they talked at the Make Ogden thing. They kept talking about how we was going to bring back the glory days, Well, the glory days had over 100 passenger trains a day. The front runner is not bringing back the glory days. Maybe if we get the other one, maybe. But the glory days are not going to be the same. If you guys want the glory days, why don't you make a train from Ogden to Promontory Point or somewhere? Some tourist ideas like that. Do you really think people are going to come to a train station to shop in a high-end retail store to buy a Gucci bag or something? They're not, I mean, this has got to be thought through a lot better. And by the way, as soon as I can, I would go back and volunteer, but I don't want the same people running it, except unless it's Christy and Hope. And congratulations. So anyhow, I'm for the museums. I didn't put in 7,100 hours for nothing to let them go, and I won't, in 21 years. And the thing is, being a tour guide is kind of a really cool thing, because you get to tell people about our artifacts in Ogden. And I mean, I know one thing is I talked to RSVP, and they aren't even putting ads in the paper to get any more volunteers. Our hours are cut from, I think, 11 to 4 days a week, and people are going to the museums and standing out front, can't get in them. That's got to change, And if a few people change, I would go back and volunteer, because to be honest with you guys, I'm really good. Have a good one.
Thank you. Okay. Again, this is the last opportunity to address the council or the board on any issue. Any other comments? If not, we will move on. Okay. So there was quite a few questions about the airport or the airline and the incentive, which will be on not the next meeting's agenda, but the subsequent meeting's agenda, where I believe most of those questions will be addressed. I don't know if there's anyone that wants to clarify anything at this point, or I think at this point, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Comments from the president. Okay, thank you. And comments from any trustees?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion from trustee Nadolski and a second by trustee Lopez to adjourn. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, we will now set up for the Special Redevelopment Agency meeting. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to the Special Redevelopment Agency meeting of November 28th, 2023. Let the record reflect that all board members are present, with the exception of Chair Traburka, who's asked to be excused. And looks like Board Member Lopez stepped out for just a minute. The first item on the agenda is approval of minutes. Board Member Heyer.
Yes, Vice Chair, I have read those minutes, and they are accurate to the best of my recollection. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and the regular meeting of April 4th, 2023, Board Member Nadolski.
I reviewed them, they're good, and make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Second?
We have a motion by Board Member Nadolski and a second by Board Member Heyer to approve the minutes. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We will invite Director of CED, Brandon Cooper, to come and reports from administration to discuss the land transfer and development agreement and the participation and incentive agreement. I think, are you doing those together or are we separating those?
Together, if I may.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, members of the board, thank you for your time tonight. As you mentioned, I would like to address both items in the redevelopment agency meeting, the participation agreement and the land transfer and development agreement in one single presentation. It will actually provide information that you'll need in the special council meeting as well in terms of the conveyance of the property from the agency or from the city to the agency. So those are the three actions tonight that are related to this project. This project is one that you've seen before. This is the Parkway apartments there on roughly 1810, 1820 Washington Boulevard, where the old Roy's Auto used to be, and the Pioneer Days Foundation building. So again, in this meeting, the actions will specifically be related to the land transfer development agreement and the participation and incentive agreement. As I mentioned, you've seen this a number of times. This is straight out of the packet, so I appreciate Glenn and all of his hard work. In September, you looked at this project in terms of a rezone. That was approved, and then the vacation of River Drive was approved as well as part of what the project needed for its assemblage. There was a public hearing held on the sale of the Pioneer Days Foundation building. That was in November. That was just a public hearing. There was no action taken by the council or the board. And then tonight we will be considering, as the city in the subsequent meeting, the transfer of these parcels from the city to the RDA. Right now we'll be looking at the transfer of these parcels from the RDA to the developer and also a participation and incentive agreement. Just as a reminder, as I have before, this falls into our Quality Neighborhoods initiative, where we're striving to create neighborhoods of choice. We believe quality projects like this, as you heard in our work session, the word of the day in the work session was value and density. That's something that we've talked about lots before. This project actually hits on both of those areas. High quality, it provides to the city a highly amenitized public space, and it's dense in nature. And so that meets all of our goals in terms of facilitating a variety of housing types across the spectrum of affordability. These will be market rate houses or units, they're apartments, and that is something that indeed we need more of as well. You've seen this map before. This is generally the site layout of the site, the Ogden River there being at the lower end of the page. There's three buildings. Two of them are the apartment buildings. One is a smaller commercial building called the Trail Cafe, something unique that allows for people walking and driving to go to, and so we are excited about this. If you recall, this project in its original state did not include the smaller commercial building, nor did it include amenities along the trail, because the developer had only acquired parcels to the north. And so as we have dialogued over the last number of months, this is the fruit of that relationship and that work, and we're happy. We feel that they're happy as well, and they've been a wonderful developer to work with. Here's some perspectives again you've seen related to that cafe on the trail and how it relates to the larger building and what that amenity would look like between Washington and the trail. Here's what it would look like without that. It would largely be the driveway to that apartment building without any development or amenities to the south and to the east. Here's what it looks like now is in its current proposed fashion, and all of the things that we've been working on, including tonight's action, will be to bring this to pass. Here's a perspective looking west if you're on the trail, looking at the new building without any trail enhancements or improvements. And here's what it's proposed to look like with the trail enhancements and improvements that are only possible with the actions that have been taken previous to tonight and with tonight's actions. So thinking about the first step in this process, right now the 3 parcels that are highlighted there are parcels owned by Ogden City. Portions of the larger parcel, which is 0016, it's about 0.48 acres. The parcel size is much larger, but it would be subdivided down to the part that would be conveyed, which is 0.48 acres. River Drive, part of that has already been vacated and conveyed. This is the other part, the southern part, that was actually, once vacated, came to the city because of our adjacent property ownership. And so it would also be conveyed in this transaction. And then portions of parcel 14, which is the smaller parcel at the bottom. Those are all, again, owned by Ogden City. And so for the first action would be, or excuse me, the action in the subsequent council meeting would be to convey that to the RDA so that it could then convey it to the developer. So here is parcel 0016. The green outline is the outline of the current parcel. It's a little over 9 acres, and so we would not be conveying all 9 acres. That would be retained by the city. Only a portion, about 0.48 acres, would be conveyed from the city to the RDA and then from the RDA to the developer. And that's largely to build a cul-de-sac, which would help traffic flow in this neighborhood. It would accommodate for not only the neighborhood, but it would help with the traffic flow that would be brought about from the new development. And so that allows us to retain the trail system, the river, the riparian zone. As part of designing this project and determining where this parcel line lies in terms of what stays in city ownership and what's conveyed, the developer worked with our engineering staff and with private engineers to create a new riparian survey line that dictated this new property line, and that was helpful for us because now we can plan for future river improvements there while still allowing for development now. The other 2 parcels are shown on this map, so you can see that southern half of River Drive is about 0.55 acres. As I mentioned, when it was vacated, that portion was retained by the city.
Good. No.
Sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
I'll have to correct some kind of an error after the fact.
Can I ask you to come up, and are you correcting me? Thank you.
Sorry, but I might be wrong, but in what you're saying, but the southern half of River Drive is not 0.55 acres.
Yeah, the full
0.055.
The full River Drive was 55 acres.
Half an acre? No.
The entire River Drive section.
Oh, sorry. So including all of this?
Right.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
So I just didn't want anybody to think where there was a slide saying 0.48 and 0.55 that it was, okay.
Right.
Sorry, just that
Well, welcome.
the dedicated
Say
portion
hi
of
to
River
everybody.
Drive is not 0.55.
Right.
Would you like to introduce
You're
yourself?
right. I'm Joanna. I'm one of the developers. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just
okay. We'll stick
thought you
around.
were talking about maybe a different
Well, if you're
part.
confused, they're probably confused. So thank you for interrupting.
0.055 acres is the southern half of the dedicated portion of River Drive, right?
Yes, the portion that will be dedicated as part of the transaction.
Right.
Yep.
And then that part north of River Drive is a largish 0.4 acres.
0.48. Yep.
Okay. So we're not talking about, I just want to make sure that it didn't look like it was a whole acre. That's not, we're not talking about
No,
whole acre.
that little sliver of the southern half of River Drive is not a half an acre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Way to keep him honest, Joanna.
So, yeah, stay close. Okay, so the smaller blue section is about 0.03 acres, and that parcel, again, is owned by Ogden City to be conveyed under this consideration to the RDA, and the portion that would be conveyed to the developer is about 0.01, 0.015. So the reason why these parcels are being split up in their current configuration is because we're only conveying the portions that are needed by the development and retaining the portions that will still be part of the public improvement enhancements that the developer would do during the course of the development. And so that's kind of how that breaks out. This shows the portion of River Drive there in the middle, that where it lies within the site plan. You see in the pink area here, this would be the sale of the Piccadilly, which was undertaken through public hearing in November, and then the small sliver is down here. There's some other parcels here that are needed that are UDOT parcels. We're still waiting for them to go through their property surplus process, and that would come to the city for purchase and then future conveyance. And so that's yet to happen. We don't have that information yet to act on.
Vice Chair, Richie?
Yes.
I was going to ask that question about these UDOT properties. Is if that thing goes south somehow because we don't have anything to do with it, are these other things going to be affected by? I mean, is this development going to be affected? That's going to change what?
Not the
project.
Yeah, not the development as a whole, because the developer still does own the two large parcels where the big buildings are. The development can go forward, but without the assemblage of the necessary parcels to the south, that additional benefit that we're thinking of with the improved pathway and the amenity zone and the connections to the river, that wouldn't be possible because we wouldn't have the full assemblage with the city parcels and the UDOT parcels.
So nothing that they're building is happening on those UDOT properties other than landscaping, et cetera. Okay.
Right.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. So this is probably the best map here. So parking lot largely.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to, I just knew that was part of an issue. I guess another question to deal with that is, are we pretty sure that UDOT's going to hold up their end, or okay?
Yeah, they're almost done with the process. They have declared them surplus. It's a mystery to me as to what they do entirely, but they've been keeping us abreast of that process. And although we don't have the final number yet, they have decided that they would dispose of it, and we'll get that information as soon as they have it ready.
Okay, so it's progressing, it's not just in limbo, huh?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And so for the sake of time, we've chosen to move along on the items that we do know about, the vacation, the rezone, the conveyance of city land, those kind of things.
I'm just, cognizant of the amount of time that has been put into this thing for the developer, and kind of eager to get it solved for them.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm sure they have a tipping point, and there is a viable project without all of this. We're grateful that they've taken the time to go through these other additional steps to create a project that I think is much better. I think they think it's much better and much more beneficial to the city. We're taking parcels that are underutilized, are actually a cost liability right now because we do own them. They do have costs associated with their maintenance. They provide limited access, and so by enhancing this and amenitizing it, it's going to be, I think, a wonderful benefit to the city. So that's essentially the land transfer and development agreement. So subject to the approval in the next meeting from the city to convey the land to the RDA, we would propose that the RDA approve the land transfer and development agreement, which would then subsequently convey these parcels to the developer.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions for Brandon on this particular item?
Did you want me to keep going on the participation and then you take action on both together, or do you want to separate those?
We can keep going, but let's just pause briefly just to see if there's any questions about the land transfer and development agreement specific. Okay. All right, let's keep going, and we reserve the right to still ask questions on this.
Sure. Okay, participation and incentive agreements are standard course of business in the RDA. This is generally how RDA tax increment incentives are provided for development. In this case, it's been agreed upon to provide a $370,000 post-performance tax increment incentive to the developer to offset some of the additional costs that are being added to the original project for the public improvements. If we have a tally list of the cost, both soft and hard costs related to those public improvements, and those additional costs well exceed $1 million. And so this 370 does go to offset some of the land costs that they've had and also some of the additional development costs. But they are still investing in this part of town significantly, and we appreciate that. And so this, again, is $370,000 to be paid out of the adjacent Ogden redevelopment project area. State statute allows for an adjacent project area to use its tax increment to pay for public improvements that benefit that project area. We feel that it does. And so over the course of 3 or 4 years, the $370,000 incentive would be paid based on yearly availability. So that is the summary of the participation and incentive agreement as well as the land transfer and development agreement.
Sounds good. And just a question on that. So this is tax increment that is existing in that River Park Trail CRA.
That's right.
And so it's just proportioning that over. It's not a new tax incentive from a, yeah.
That's right, because we feel like the improvements to the public amenity space are connected to the Ogden River project area, that it makes sense to do that. The actual benefit to Ogden City from the taxes derived from the new development would be considered under new growth calculations, and we would see that into our annual tax rate calculations. So that's a double benefit.
All right. No other questions? Any further discussion among the board? All right. Anybody would like to make a motion?
Vice Chair, I motion that we propose to adopt proposed resolution 2023-25.
Second.
We have a motion by Board Member White and a second by Board Member Blair to adopt proposed resolution 2023-25. This is a roll call vote.
Board Member Heyer.
Aye.
Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
Board Member Nadolski.
Aye.
Board Member White.
Aye.
Board Member Blair.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye, and that passes.
Vice Chair, I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023-24.
Second.
We have a motion by Board Member Heyer and a second by Board Member Nadolski to adopt proposed resolution 2023-24. This is also a roll call vote.
Board Member Lopez.
Aye.
Board Member Nadolski.
Aye.
Board Member White.
Aye.
Board Member Blair.
Aye.
Board Member Heyer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye, and that also passes. All right, thank you. Comments from the Executive Director?
None from me, thank you.
Comments from board members?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, motion to adjourn by Board Member Lopez, second by Board Member Heyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We will now set up for our special city council meeting. You bear with us as we live alter the slide. There we go. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the special city council meeting of November 28, 2023. Let the record reflect that all council members are present, with the exception of Chair Chaburka, who's asked to be excused. First item on the agenda is approval of minutes, the closed session, June 13th, 2023, and June 20th, 2023. Councilmember Blair.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I have reviewed those minutes and found them both to be accurate.
Thank you. And the regular meetings of March 21st, 2023, and May 2nd, 2023. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, Chair, I reviewed them and I move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lopez and second by Councilmember Blair to approve the minutes. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes. We will now move into a public hearing. Item 3A on the agenda. We invite our controller, Justin Sorensen, to come up to address us on the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget amendment, Municipal Building Authority Parking Reserve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ritchie. Pleasure to be up here again. So this budget opening for you tonight is in conjunction with one that was adopted in the MBA meeting tonight. So this is to appropriate out of fund balance $1.5 million that will then be transferred to the MBA that will be part of the investment for the Wonder Block structure. So, and as a reminder that was mentioned, the state awarded the city $4 million. The Governor's Office of Economic Development awarded the city $4 million, of which we've already appropriated $2.5 million towards the Wonder Block project. This is the rest of that $1.5 million that we're appropriating for that out of the general fund. Any questions?
All right. No other questions? Any discussion or a motion? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Heyer. If you'd like to address the council on this item, the budget amendment, Municipal Building Authority Parking Reserve, please come to the podium here and you'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Angel Castillo, Ogden resident. You already know how I feel about this. This is your chance and your opportunity to pause the Wonder Block project to get some actual data, because they can't bond if you don't transfer this money. And everybody keeps going back to the state of Utah has granted money. Inconsequential. The fact that they're committing money doesn't necessarily mean that we have to at this particular juncture. And again, not against the project, not happy with the developer selection, but not against the general project, but everything that we've been looking at that's been happening in this market without feasibility studies, it's a different market now than it was when you approved this project to move forward. And I just think that we have a responsibility for an inordinate amount of money that we're going to be paying for. And I'd like to remind you that without a feasibility study, if the developer fails, if something happens financially for the developer, we have to pay that bond until 2054. We are on the hook, and we must build exactly the same project in the exact same footprint. You just cannot take that money and toss it somewhere else. It is committed to this project, this particular place. And I just think it's irresponsible to continue moving forward without new data. And we shouldn't be invested in the whole sunk cost fallacy. There is no doubt that the staff has worked very hard on this. This is not a dispersion to staff at all. Everybody's worked very hard, but there is something that's called sunk cost fallacy. There is a time when you pull out of an investment, and I am not saying to pull out of this investment, I'm just saying to pause it, to make sure before we bond that we have the right parameters. And when big commercial developments happen in other states, when people build malls and markets, they come with anchor tenants. That is a standard operating procedure for some of the largest developers in the nation, that there are people who sign LOIs and MOUs and put money down and commit to the project before it's even designed and it's on paper. So I feel that the city is taking a big risk with a lot of exposure without current data supporting such a big swing. And there's nothing wrong with big swings, but the whole measure twice, cut once. We are on the hook for the bond, no matter if the company folds or if we build office space that will not be rented. We are on the hook for that. So I'd like, this is your chance. If you don't approve this, this has to be paused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Lewis. Once again, I agree with everything Angel said. It seems like when these projects come, they're never complete. We have always something missing, and it's a critical portion of a project. Market studies, things like that. They should be completed before we even consider a project. And if you were investing your own money, would you accept that type of information? Or would you want all the details? And this is our money you're spending. It's not yours, it's ours. And we always seem to be able to find money for projects, but it keeps coming up. Our most critical issue here in Ogden is housing. Well, we can find money for all of these. Why can't we find money for housing issues? Why can't we do some creative thinking and come up with something else? It doesn't all have to be retail and office space and everything like that that we learned tonight are really not the best possible projects. But anyway, I would hope that you would not adopt this. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're online, you can raise your hand, or if you're a caller, you can select *9 to comment. We have a caller. If you would state your name when you're allowed to talk here. You might have to unmute yourself. *6 to unmute. Go ahead. We aren't able to hear you if you're speaking. It looks like you're off mute, but can't hear anything. Oh, that was promising. Not really. We heard a flicker. Is your phone muted? Your actual phone line muted by chance?
Oh, maybe that was it.
There we go.
Perfect. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Thank you. My name is Linda Sanchez, and I am actually in agreement with the women that spoke before. I realized that we did get money from the state and stuff like that. But this is a time where it's like where you get to the end of the road and there's no more road. It may be wise to make sure that you can get to the other side. So I just hope that we really think about this, especially where, I mean, in that work session today, I feel like probably all of our minds were blown. But retail might not be where it's at right now. And then what are we going to do? It just makes me worry that we put all the money into all these funds. And what about, I'm really hoping, I just don't ever hear about like an emergency fund or anything like that. It does kind of make me worry because I'm always the one that's in my house having to worry about that type of stuff. And so I just don't hear too much about that. And then when, you know, you obligate yourself into so many different pots, it's not like you have like somebody that can bail you out all the time. You know what I mean? So I just think it's financially irresponsible if we don't have everything planned up and ready to be looked at to have an envision of what's going on in the city. It's just kind of concerning, and I just hope that I sure hope that you guys kind of have a little bit more of a vision so that we can, I mean, I'm a nurse, and so I'm always looking at the worst case scenario all the time because, you know, like legitly, if you don't think of that, the worst will come and you won't know what to do. Anyways, I just want to make sure that you guys are really thinking about this, and if it was your own money, really what would you do? Because I know what I would do with mine. I'm very frugal, and I get all the information, and then I ask questions again, and then I'm the annoying person that okay, let's put this on paper. I got to look at it, got to make sure all the checks and balances are going to balance out. And, you know, not the citizens of Ogden are already strapped as it is, a lot of us. So just think about it. And please, in your heart, if you don't have a good feeling about it, get more information, please. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Okay, online we also have Heath Sato.
Hi, Heath Sato, Ogden resident. I have little doubt this will probably pass unanimously, and that's part of the frustration. I know a lot of you have some doubts and worries, and you feel like you have no choice but to move forward. So you probably will. I do have to question why we bother doing all this pageantry around public speaking, public input, and voting if there is actually no choice. But I just wanted to throw in here something from a little while back at one of the Union Station meetings that just keeps sticking in my head, especially after the work session today, which was incredible. It was a conversation, I believe it was with the person in charge of the entire Union Station development, and I had said that back then, this is a year ago or so, that things had changed, and you know, we really need to look at this office building situation that we're plowing $64 million into ourselves. And I said, after I said that these things had changed, they were like, what has changed? I said, you need to do studies and see if there's a real need for this. And they said, we did the studies. We did them. It was like 2019 or something like that. And I said, but things have changed. And they said to me repeatedly, what has changed? And if that, I hate to say it, but if that's the kind of mind that's behind this massive amount of development in our city, I'm very, very worried about moving forward with any of this. So that's my piece. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Chair, I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on this item by Councilmember Heyer and second by Councilmember Nadolski. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Discussion on the council. Any follow-up to the comments?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. First of all, In my experience, developers, it's very difficult for them to find anchor tenants before even a build-out is even there. So I have not, working in Salt Lake, we really had a hard time finding developers that could find anchor tenants. So I just want to say that they don't often come with, they have ideas of who they want to put in there, but they don't oftentimes get that. The second thing is that Brandon Fugel is probably one of the most, he will find us those anchor tenants. He's a very good, he's very well connected, not just in one area, but in multiple areas. So I think that that's the second thing. Yes, things have changed, but I don't think that, I mean, I look at downtown and I think about where are our Class A office space? Where are some of them? You know, where are we seeing them? There's not a lot down here. And we're trying to increase the downtown area, but yet people that want to be here can't be here. I just don't know where that Class A office space is. And the other thing that we keep talking about and talking about in silos is if it was our money, and if it's our money, well, we are taxpayers. Just let's start with that. But the second part is, in order for our city to continue to not have to increase our property taxes, we need to do something in the economic development realm. And without doing that, we are going to continue to go further and further backwards. So yes, at some point in time, we've been asking these questions. I don't know, when did we go to Denver? 5 years ago, 6 years ago? We've been asking questions about this piece of property since then, and what is it going to be, and how is it going to be developed, and what is it? It's like we can analyze this to death, and as an engineer, I would say that we could do that a lot. But I think we should really think about. Sometimes we have to take a little bit of a leap of faith, and I know that that's hard to think about. But I think a lot of us have asked a lot of questions all along the way. So I think we can nitpick little pieces of this to death, but I think at some point in time, we have to look at it a little bit differently. So that's just, those are my comments.
Vice Chair, I kind of want to echo those same sentiments. I don't think any of us think that this is a zero risk issue. There's certainly, it's a big project. It's been looked at, and to Councilmember White's point, we could engineer this to death, and I kind of think we have. From my perspective, I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with some really smart people. I don't propose to be one of them. So I do rely on people whose expertise is in these areas, because it's not mine. And but the conservative nature that the model was run when we were looking at this whole thing all the way along, I do feel pretty comfortable that this is the right thing for us to do for Ogden. And in my mind, it is exactly to mitigate some of the need for raising taxes in the future. We've got to increase the value of our city. This will go a big step to do that. I kind of point to the old First Security Bank building, the Cache Valley Bank building now. It was empty for years, but still contributed to our tax rolls, even as an empty building. And I'm not proposing that we're building this just to have something on the tax rolls. I think that the synergy that this will create for the area, the catalyzing ability that it'll have for developments that surround it are immense. I'm really kind of excited about it from that perspective. If we always want to avoid every little bit of risk, we're not going to ever do anything, and all of our taxes are going to go up. That's where we're at. I'm sure we can disagree on points. Overall, I think this is a great project. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a legacy thing for it and benefit the city for many, many years to come.
I'll share my sentiments. They're a little different, but I guess kind of the same on some cases. I'm coming from a unique perspective, I guess. Come January, I'll be contributing to this project in a completely different way than I have in the past. But in the last 5 years or however long that was that we were in Denver, I thought really critically and really hard about this project at every step of the way. And when we had the original approval as a council, that was the moment to decide. I voted my vote. I also said I'm going to make sure moving forward this project's successful because it has to succeed. I am getting pressure to sideline the project or whatever, but that's not what I want. It's not what we need. The empty lot that we have isn't creating the revenue and the resource that we need either. So I have worries going into it about the parking projections still, the revenues and the debt obligation and where that's going to come from if we don't meet those projections. But come January, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we do. And I've talked to other people in the community too, in the development community as well, who see this project as too important not to get right. So there's a lot more support out there too, beyond those that don't like it. The community as a whole, the building community, construction, and development community sees this as an anchor that has to work. So I just want to lend my voice to make sure that we get it right. But I'm not going to deny that I don't have concerns going into it. We're going to have a lot of work to do to make sure it's successful. And that's the kind of thing that keeps me up at night.
And I think I would just add that, Brandon mentioned that occupancy wouldn't be until 2027 is when this thing completes. And so I don't know what kind of market study you can do today to predict what it's going to look like in 2027. I mean, if we think about what it was like in 2019, 4 years ago, we're talking about these projects take so much time to get through that, and believe me, there's been a lot of analysis on this from, like Rich or Councilmember Heyer said, from a lot of smart people, and I think this project's going to be awesome for Ogden. I'm excited for what it can bring, and I think we need to move forward, and it's too important not to make it work. So that would be my thoughts on that, is that we've done a lot of analysis. We know things are going to change. I don't know what 2027 is going to look like, but I hope that it's doors open and then things are looking great at that current block that's currently empty. Do we have a motion?
Chair, I make that motion that we adopt proposed ordinance 2023-66.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Heyer and a second by Councilmember Nadolski to adopt proposed ordinance 2023-66. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Nadolski?
Aye.
Councilmember White?
Aye.
Councilmember Blair?
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie?
Aye. That passes. Next, we'll have a public hearing on the item, the proposed budget amendment for water and sewer improvements for the Yaya food expansion. And we'll invite Justin Anderson, our Deputy Director of Public Services, and Sarah Meese, Business Development Manager of CED, and also Justin Sorensen, our Controller, to come up and address us on this issue.
All right, good evening, council members. We're requesting funding approval this evening for water and sewer improvements that will support the expansion of Yaya Foods at the Business Depot Ogden. Yaya Foods will reimburse the city for those project costs over time, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Just to provide a little background on the project, many of you might remember back in 2019, Oatly announced that they were going to be opening a manufacturing plant here in Ogden to produce oat-based food and beverage products. Since that time, Oatly's continued to operate here in Ogden, and earlier this year, they announced that they would be entering a new manufacturing partnership with Yaya Foods. Yaya Foods is a major major beverage manufacturer and packager that's based in Toronto and was founded in 2008. Under this new partnership, Oatly's going to continue producing its proprietary oat base, and then Yaya will bring their manufacturing expertise to bear to produce the products with that. With this partnership, Yaya is very interested in expanding their operations here in Ogden. They're looking at a proposed expansion that would retain about 100 existing jobs at the plant. They would look at creating up to 300 new jobs, and these are well-paying jobs. So the average annual wage with this project would be just about $67,000 per year, which is about 120% of what we see on average across the city. The project would also result in about $92 million in capital investment. So with this expansion, Yaya's water and sewer needs are going to increase. And so when our business development team learned of those needs, we called Public Services right away to see if this was a project that we could support here in Ogden. And I'll turn the time over to Justin to talk a little bit more about our capacity and the infrastructure improvements themselves.
Thank you, Sarah. And I just want to give a shout out to Sarah and Lease and the community development team on this project. They did such a good job. We worked so good together on this. With Yaya coming in, they have a large need for water to do their operation, and also they have an effluent, a very large effluent as well. So the city, through the last 15 years I've been here, have done a lot of work with the source. We have ample source. We've got ample storage. It really is the distribution that we have some limitations due to the size of the pipelines in feeding water to this area. So we needed to do some upgrades with that. And so one of the things that the city has done very well over the last 15 years is actually been replacing leaking pipes. And that has led to a huge reduction in water losses in the system, which leads to being able to have more basically capacity to providing water. And so this project allows us to also have another large water user. Right now we have one in Fresenius, and though this wouldn't be quite as large as what Fresenius uses, it does allow us to have diversity in that, which allows the sell of the water to be able to do more pipe replacement. Because I'm a big supporter of pipe replacement, because in water conservation, all water conservation is great, but the best conservation we can do in the city is actually pipe replacement. We find so much water there that's being wasted. So this project, as you can read, combined is $4.2 million for these improvements. So.
All right, so as you heard from Justin, we're looking at a total project cost of about $4.2 million. And we've worked really closely with engineering and finance and the customer with Yaya Foods to develop a reimbursement agreement. So the idea behind that is that the city would fund the initial capital cost of the infrastructure improvements, with Yaya reimbursing the city over time. Yaya Foods would actually pay 10% of the project cost on the front end, and then the remainder of the project cost would be reimbursed to the city over 8 years with interest. And that 8-year term just corresponds to their lease term at BDO. That reimbursement is also secured with a guarantee from the parent company of Yaya Foods. The other thing that we're contributing to this project that I think is really important to call out is the design and construction management. So engineering has done a really amazing job modeling this project, expediting the project design, and they're also going to manage the construction of the project. So that's a really significant contribution of staff time and resources to make sure that this project is successful. And we believe it's really thanks to engineering's expertise that we'll be able to meet the accelerated project timeframe for Yaya Foods. We also wanted to note that the state has approved an incentive for this project. The Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity approved an EdTIF incentive of $1.8 million. That's a post-performance tax credit, so it's all based on the new state tax revenues that the project's going to generate. The state also approved a $150,000 industrial assistance grant, which will go to support job training at the facility here in Ogden. So just to wrap up this portion of the presentation, we're really excited about this project. We think it's a win for the company. We think it's a win for Ogden City, both from an economic development perspective and from a public services perspective. So we're excited about the job creation, and we're also excited about some of the points that Justin touched on as far as diversifying our portfolio of water customers and generating those new utility revenues that can be reinvested in upgrading our system. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin Sorensen to present the budget opening associated with this.
Thank you, Sarah. The budget opening needed to be able to complete this project, as was mentioned, the total cost of the project is $4.2 million. Of that, $500,000 is needed in the sewer fund and $3.7 million in the water fund. And so the appropriation for you tonight is Yaya is committed to giving us 10% up front, which would be $420,000. So we would like to recognize that as money coming into the water fund. That requires the amount needed from fund balance out of the water fund to be less. So we're proposing $3.28 million out of fund balance. Those two amounts together will go to be able to, for the water portion of the project. The sewer portion of the project, that $500,000, we've already got budgeted in our sewer replacement master plan. There are funds there available that we can use right now to be able to do to this project. So there's no appropriation for the $500,000 at this time. And then also included in this budget appropriation is the repayment will begin in January from Yaya. And so we'd like to also include the 6 months of payments that they would receive. And as is noted there, the water portion would be just over $95,000 for the 6 months. And in sewer would be $14,000. So the total appropriation for your consideration tonight is $3,810,575. So the request before you tonight with this is to adopt proposed ordinance 2023-67 to increase the city budget by just over $3.8 million for Yaya Foods to be able to complete, so we can do these infrastructure improvements for Yaya Foods as they come in. Thank you.
This is a public hearing on this item, so if you'd like to address the council on this, please step to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. If you're online, we'll start there. We've got one hand raised already. And then, just state your name and you'll have 3 minutes. We have Heath Sato online. And give him the first word.
Hi there, Heath Sato, Ogden resident. Big shout out to Sarah and Liesl for pulling this deal together. Over time, I think this will be a good thing for Ogden, and I like the idea of bringing in additional money for working on our water lines and sewer lines to improve them and save money over time save water over time that will make up for the additional water usage. And we're not used to seeing big projects here without a ton of corporate welfare like the Wonder Block deal we just discussed. And also now we're going to be saying Yaya a lot. So it's a win-win to me. I do want to be certain that this additional money for our water system over time will be money that goes into our water system improvements in the future. I hate to keep bringing it up, but y'all approved $1 million out of our sewer fund to partially fund buying the Wonder Block property. You were assured at the time by a person that's presented to you multiple times today that we would pay that money back into the sewer fund when a developer bought the property. We all know now that quite the opposite is happening. We're paying them to take that property. So moving forward, I don't know if we need to see a little bit more in writing or what, not with the corporation, that's part of this deal, but with the promises the administration is making to the taxpayer about how this additional revenue will be spent. And I did just have one technical detail. I don't know if anybody can answer it, but looking at the contract, it says that Oatley has contracted with Ogden City to provide a specific amount of water between 100,000 and 300,000 gallons a day. And we're looking at 1.3 gallons per day for Yaya. Is that, so are we looking at basically another 1 million gallons per day, or is it 1.3 over the 300,000 and what? It's just a technical issue. I'm just obviously a little concerned about how much water this will take, and hope we've done all the work and numbers to say that yes, we will indeed have plenty of water for this, because I remember going a summer without watering my lawn, and it's kind of a mess ever since then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Angel Castillo, Ogden resident. I love Oatly. I've been an Oatly drinker for a very long time, and even though it is delicious, I like the original full-fat version, and they make a barista version that steams up very well. It's a magnificent company, and the actual oat product they produce takes less water than, say, almond milk or soy milk, so I'm excited about that. But my personal feelings about Oatly has nothing to do with the fact how much I love this project. This is how TIF is supposed to be used: infrastructure. Water and sewer, which means that no matter what, the city is going to be benefiting from the water and the sewer. It's not supposed to be financing. And the same thing, if it's not for infrastructure, the other usage that TIF is intended for is products that have social capital, like the Parkway Group project. They bought their own building, they paid for everything, and then we helped them out with some land because the cafe that's going to be there has tremendous social benefit that everybody is going to use and enjoy, and no one's going to build that because you can't see it. But those rooftops will drive that retail. And things like that, when we use TIF for that, where we're giving the community something for their value, or we're providing infrastructure, water and sewer, those are always good things because there's social capital and then the infrastructure is what we need. And I love that this deal has a guaranteed asset. The Wonder Block deal doesn't have any clawbacks. So this particular deal, brilliant, all about it. The Parkway Group deal, brilliant, all about it, because we weren't acting in giving welfare to corporations, because we were getting something back. We're getting something back with the water and the sewer. We're getting something back with the particular cafe, and that they're bringing housing to Ogden. And so we need more of these types of projects that have a direct line, that have a lower risk to us. Yaya is bringing secured assets. We're guaranteed to be taken care of. I just wish we would see more deals with that kind of attention to detail that are wrapped up like that, as opposed to taking really, really big swings without enough data. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers who'd like to address the council on this issue? Do we have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion we close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing on this item by Councilmember Heyer and a second by Councilmember Nadolski. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that passes. And I heard two questions, and I wonder if we can address those about the water usage concerns, whether the calculations were, how that was arrived at, and also about the revenues generated from this project going back into the sewer system. I think the initial revenues are repaying the loan.
So the repayment, the money received plus interest will go back into the individual funds based on the amounts spent out. So the $500,000 plus interest will be returned to the sewer fund. So those payments will go back to fund balance, which will then allow us to have more availability to do more projects down the road. And then same with the water fund, the $3.7 million plus interest will be returned to fund balance in the water fund over those 8 years, which will allow us to have additional availability of funds.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, and in working with Yaya and their development team, we figured out that estimated their usage. So we expect there to be, it is going to be an additional 1 point something million gallons a day. So potentially up to about almost 1.6. But yeah, that's where we're at there. And also one other, I think, important fact is, I know it was talked about TIF being used for this. We don't have impact fees, and in this case, we actually didn't use TIF. No TIF incentive was given. We're requiring the company to actually pay for the upgrades. So they are doing 10% now and then paying it back over 8 years. There is no TIF incentives either.
And then just to clarify, so the more water they use, the more revenue we get in our utility fund to then replace more pipe to then save more water.
Yes, that's what we would like to do, because we have had a lot of success in finding water waste in pipe replacement.
That's sustainable development right there.
I love the tie, Justin.
That's as long as we have the water.
Right.
Right, as long as we have the water. And I mean, you did, as far as calculations on having sufficient water with this, if you could comment on that.
Yeah, so this is going all the way back to 2013. We did the first water master plan, and at that time, the time of year we need to worry about water is our peak demand, and our peak demand occurs in July. Since that initial plan, we've also done another water master plan update, and we actually are showing, though our cells had started ticking up, our water production had gone down. And as we've done, particularly especially the 24-inch line in the canyon, we saw a drastic reduction in that. And so the issue is really for the month of July, maybe leading up to July, just after July, to meet that peak day demand. And the work that we have done, and we've drastically dropped that down. So we are good not only for the short term now, but looking 30, 40, 50 years into the future.
So before you go, just to ask it another way, I'm sure you're going to give the same answer, but in the winter, when we don't run the filter plant, this is still plenty of water coming out of the well fields. It's just not going to be an issue.
Absolutely.
That's okay.
Yep. In fact, because of our pipe replacement and the reduction of losses, our well field in the wintertime can produce more than enough water to feed this project and many others.
Okay, Justin, real quick, also downstream, so once it's processed and goes into the sewer system, what kind of benefits are we going to see?
Yeah, so
downstream?
Great question. So again, our effluent goes to Central Weber Sewer District, and I think they have contracts during the irrigation season on the effluent that they produce to maybe some irrigation providers. However, during this time of year, all that effluent goes out to the Great Salt Lake. And I would have to ask them specifically during the irrigation season how they contract that effluent out. But
they don't have any right now.
So, yeah.
There isn't any yet.
So then all that would be going to the Great Salt Lake.
Thank you.
So in other counties, we've leveraged that effluent to dilute harmful algal blooms in the Great Salt Lake. I mean, the benefit of the effluent is tremendous for the lake, actually. And it's a big source of contention because a lot of people want to reuse it, but that requires that you treat it to an extra level, which creates hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure and demand, and then it takes away the benefit to the lake. So the more water we send to the plant, the more water we're actually sending to the lake too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? Any discussion?
Yeah, so this
Councilman
one's for
White.
probably Sarah. So I want to make sure that I understand this right. So we scrutinize a lot of other things. Let's talk about what if this novelty drink goes away? You know, I don't know, the oats fly away. We have a term here that says that they will play until, I just want to make sure that they're going to, what if they go bankrupt in a year or two? What will happen? I mean,
so
are we on the hook for that then? I mean, I guess I'm just asking this.
Yeah, so I would say to that, the project here with Yaya Foods is focused on the Oatly products, but Yaya actually manufactures and packages for a wide variety of beverage producers. And so I think that there's some protection from that just based on the diversity of companies that Yaya Foods serves at their other facilities. And there'd be opportunities to diversify that here as well.
So if Oatly goes belly up, Yaya
I think we
Foods-
still have a really strong partner in Yaya Foods. Yep.
You think, or we will? Because, I mean, we're scrutinizing, you know,
that's a good
a lot of
question.
other
It's a good question.
$250,000, and yet this is $1 million. I'm just asking the
So
question.
one of the things that gave us some assurance as we were developing the reimbursement agreement with Yaya Foods was the fact that they actually provided consolidated financial statements for Yaya Foods and the parent company, which is Aseptic Beverage Holdings. And so we had the opportunity to review those financial statements with finance and with legal, and we're very comfortable with the financial position of the company that we're entering into this reimbursement agreement with.
So that's in this agreement, right? Somewhere? I don't see it, that's what I'm asking.
Yep, the reimbursement agreement, I believe it's included as an exhibit, is the guarantee with the parent company, which is Aseptic Beverage Holdings.
Which is not in here, right? Maybe I'm not looking. That's all.
Thank you.
If it's not,
It's in here.
we'd be
I
happy
just-
to provide it.
It's in here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember White, once you try Yaya milk, you will know it's not going away. I'm just letting you know.
Well,
Especially the barista version.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm just
I'm just saying that we've seen a lot of novelty type drinks, or others come into the market, and then they're, you know.
This is special.
Yeah, I don't know how you get milk out of that oat, but that's okay.
I think Councilmember White's asking responsible questions, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, he's giving me a hard time.
I know.
It's okay.
So
I'm taking it in stride.
I'm gonna borrow a term from Councilmember Heyer, well, from the Planning Commission, the findings of fact. And then I'll make a motion, but I made these comments in the work session and I'll reiterate them. No TIF, no cash incentive, increased property tax revenue. We want and we need infrastructure, and they're gonna pay for it plus interest. We're gonna design it and it's gonna be built the way that we want it, and we're gonna do that as a partner. We're also gonna get a new and significant ratepayer that's gonna help us fix aging pipes. That's gonna help us save water. So we're gonna get more revenue, less water used on the whole. I think that's what I said, the comment I made was sustainable development. These are the kinds of projects we need, especially as we look down the barrel of replacing the other water line in the canyon. We're gonna need extra revenue to pay for debt obligation for significant needs in the community. So I love this project, and make a motion that we adopt proposed ordinance 2023-67.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Nadolski and a second by Councilmember Heyer to adopt proposed resolution or proposed ordinance 2023-67. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember White,
Aye.
Councilmember Blair,
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Councilmember Nadolski,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye, and that passes.
I want to make one comment. I think one of the reasons I actually think this is good is that we need the water and sewer improvements out there regardless. So I think that even if it does go belly up, we still have the opportunity to put something out there, so.
And I also want to commend the collaboration between departments, the engineering division and the CED and business development division. I think great job collaborating. I love seeing the two departments working together to bring a sustainable project. So thank you for that. hope to see more.
All right, moving on to the public hearing for the budget amendment for the commercial airline incentive. And I want to apologize if I glossed over this in the first meeting, and I just knew we'd have a much more robust discussion on this item. And for those that didn't have their questions answered in the first meeting, certainly I believe that they will be answered in this meeting. And so I should have probably made a little bit more of an effort on that. But we would like to invite Justin Sorensen, our controller, and Brandon Cooper, the director of CED, to come up to present on this item.
Vice Chair, thank you for your time. As you mentioned, we did cover this in the work session. Based on what you just said, I believe we should go over it once more. Okay.
Yes, please.
Great.
Thank you.
It is a public hearing. Justin will cover the actual proposed ordinance 2023-68, which is amending the budget to cover this incentive. So I'll take just a few minutes to talk about it, and it will be fresh on your minds, I'm sure. So again, tonight's proposal is to provide $250,000 as a startup incentive to Breeze Airways to begin operations at the Ogden Airport in February of 24. The airport has seen commercial service for almost all of its existence, so this is nothing new. We've most recently seen commercial passenger service in Allegiant and Avelo. Allegiant was here for 10 years under a similar subsidy that was provided to us through a grant from the federal government with a match that we provided as a city. So these types of support incentives are common in the marketplace. These are low-cost carriers that serve our market. We are a lower tier market, and so it is common to see these types of incentives to help support startup of new routes. Avelo was shorter lived and had less incentive provided, but nonetheless still a low-cost carrier, and we would have hoped that both of them would have stayed longer. We are currently a reliever airport for Salt Lake City, and the note there of the master plan, I think, is an important note to take a minute to discuss. This was something that was done in a way that not only combined our staff knowledge, but with private sector knowledge as well as consultant knowledge. And so that came together through a number of months of work between an advisory group that was comprised of some of the folks that you see there, as well as a survey, newsletters. We had a website going, workshop, public open houses. All of that was brought to the City Council and the advisory committee at the airport, with those folks comprising those committees at the time. This is between 2018 and, 2020. And all of that was consolidated into what was adopted in May of 2020 as the master plan for the airport. And in that, just succinctly stated, the vision is to expand the role of the airport as an economic engine to continue to serve and cultivate our general aviation, our commercial passenger service, as well as our aeronautical business opportunities. And so this proposal tonight to you does that. It's not without its risk. We've covered that. You've heard from the public already. You'll hear from the public again. There is concern of risk, as there always is when it comes to these types of things. But we do feel that given the information that we have from Breeze, we actually have a representative of Breeze on the line tonight to answer any questions that you might have related to the market study, because we don't have one. That is Bud Hafer. So as I finish here, we'll probably give him a minute to discuss directly that market study and why Ogden is of interest to them at this time in their company's life. Operations for Breeze began in 2021. Currently, they operate a fleet of A220s, 137 passenger plane. They serve 45 communities in 27 states, and they are growing in terms of the number of guests that they're flying around the skies, with 3 million by the end of this year. This is the Breeze slide deck, so this is here in case Bud would like to reference any of this, I can be his guide there as he speaks to you over the phone. So we won't cover this, but it's there if Bud wants to reference that. So the proposal before you is to provide the $250,000 startup incentive for the first route to Orange County, which would be 4 flights weekly, departing at 12:35, and if it comes back, around 11:35. And that could expand to other routes, of course, which is what we hope to see based on our master plan and our intentions there. That's all based on demand as it dictates. In terms of starting up a new route like this, the commitment on the part of the airline is pretty significant, $750,000 to $800,000. So that's in addition to the $250,000. So all said, about $1 million. That is a significant commitment. And the $250,000 that is provided potentially by the city does go a long way to help mitigate some of those costs. The commitment that Ogden would be providing to Breeze in addition to the $250,000 would be use of our terminal services. That actually comes with some rents and things that I'll cover in just a minute that are an additional revenue benefit to the city. The $250,000 startup support incentive would be broken up into 3 payments, March, July, and November of '24. And that is important as it relates to the other benefits that we could potentially see as part of having commercial passenger service at the airport. The most significant, and the one that we've realized in the past, is the $1 million FAA entitlement money as a result of 10,000 enplanements. I think one of the commenters said it was 100,000. It's actually 10,000. And so that is very doable given the number of flights per day and the size of the airplane. Breeze anticipates they'd reach that 10,000 enplanements in December of '24. So that's a partial year of operations. So subsequent years after that, with a full 52 weeks of operation, they still believe that they can hit that 10,000 enplanements. And that would help us, as it has in the past, because that we would then be eligible in the subsequent 2 years after meeting that condition to receive $1 million from the FAA in entitlement money. Right now, as it currently sits, because we haven't had those 10,000 enplanements in the couple of years previous, we are now getting 150,000. So that's been reduced significantly from the FAA. This money goes for airport infrastructure. It has to stay on the airport. And so as we expand the west side, that's a significant need and will help tremendously. Other airport revenues could include parking fees. So as flyers come, passengers come, they would park, they would pay for that parking. The landing fees and fuelage fees would come to the city after the waiver of 2 years. So if you were to look at those numbers in addition to the 250, we're now over 300,000 if all said in terms of the full incentive. But after those 2 years, then those fees would inure to the airport. We would have a car rental there to provide that service, as well as restaurant, ground handling, and TSA. So all of that rent would come to the city as well as a result of having this passenger service. And this is based on the 4 weekly departures at a 70% load factor for a full year. So some of the questions that you all have asked, as we have been working with Breeze over the last few weeks, we knew that there would be a short turnaround between the time that we would bring this to you for action versus the time that they would want to be in the market advertising. And so we worked with you to gain some of your insight and questions. And so these are your questions. What would the money be used for? As I mentioned, the money has to stay, or excuse me, the money that we would be providing to Breeze would be used to mitigate their startup costs. So staffing and training, ground handling equipment, fuel, marketing, those kind of things. The source of funds is BDO lease revenue. It has been said that this, regardless of its source, is still taxpayer money. I disagree with that. I think that the city has a long history of using BDO lease revenue to fund economic development projects such as this and others. It's not the only source, of course, but it is a primary source. It is unrestricted, non-taxpayer dollars that is partially used for economic development and other things that the city deems necessary. So I think it's a good use of that money. It does not impact the general taxpayer of the city, and it is discretionary money to provide the engine that the city needs to grow. Is it safe to fly in and out of the airport for passenger service? The answer is yes. We covered this in the work session, but just briefly, safety has been already conformed by the FAA. It's been confirmed by not only the airline, but the airplane manufacturer. And so it is safe to fly in and out of Ogden in terms of these types of jets. What commitments is Breeze making to the city? I think by demonstrating that they're willing to fly out of the airport and risk their money on us in terms of our willingness to pay them to take us places. That's a significant commitment, $750,000 to $800,000 in their money for those startup costs, in addition to the $250,000. And so it's that shared risk relationship that we seek to find balance to when we analyze some of these deals. What can the FAA and BIL entitlement funds be spent on? I mentioned they can only be spent at the airport, and so that will be a significant aid to our West Side development and growth. And will there be additional incentives going forward? There are none beyond what we've described tonight that are in question. As additional routes are added, those talks are always on the table, and we would follow the same process that we're following tonight, where we would come to you all for consideration of that request. And so that's my part. Before I turn it over to Justin, Brandon, if we could dial up Bud Hafer, he is with Breeze Airways. He can speak directly to the market study that they've done and their interest in the Ogden Airport. So, Bud, it's your time.
Can I ask a question before you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
You talked about fuel flowage. I know that airplane can hold enough fuel to go round trip plus reserve. Is that in the contract, or do we just hope they'll go buy some fuel on this end?
They're negotiating fuel with the current FBO now. That's probably something that Bud can speak to more specifically.
Great, thanks.
Take it away, Bud.
Yeah, and I can address that question specifically. With fuel, essentially what we do each trip is Airbus has a fuel calculator that says, okay, this is how much the fuel is in Orange County, this is how much the fuel is in Ogden, this is how far we need to fly, these are the weather conditions, and it puts all that information in there and says, okay, this is how much fuel you need to pull to have reserve fuel, so you can then understand, okay, this is how much you need to fly, this is how much you need to pull safely to be able to have extra, to be able to get where you need to get, or if you need to divert, those types of things. So there will be days we'll pull a lot of fuel, there'll be days we pull less fuel. Some of it depends on the pricing we ultimately get with the fueler. That'll dictate some of that, and pulling from pipelines and all of those types of things, trucking and all that. So there's a lot of factors that go into that, but we'll be pulling fuel. It will vary from day to day, though.
Okay, thank you.
And then as far as talking about markets in general, in the last little bit, we've really wanted to focus the last, probably 7-8 cities we've announced. They've been a lot more situated, a lot more like Ogden, where there's a little bit less competition, a little bit less pricing pressure, because we've noticed over the last few months that we've had some pricing pressure. And so we wanted to look a little bit more focused on markets that are underserved overall. And Ogden fits that bill. So one thing that David Neeleman did when starting Breeze is he wanted to focus on underserved markets, and it's developed even to have a little bit less competition even than some that we've gone in. So this is, now you've got Salt Lake near, but Ogden is a little bit more insulated for a number of reasons. And it's underserved in general. And some of the data that, and you don't necessarily need to pull it up, Brandon, but some of the data on that presentation talks about the number of seats that are in Provo and the number of seats specifically to Orange County that are in Provo that we have there, both us and Allegiant that are operating that route. and the number of seats that are in Salt Lake, and the number of potential seats that we would be putting in with the 4 weekly flights into Ogden, and how that compares. Now, I didn't put all of the data in there because some of it's I know we've talked about a lot of the data previously with the team, the airport team, and a number of others, and gone over a number of things. And one of the other things we look at is, we look at population, we look at distance from a primary airport, we look at demographics, median household income, but also the proclivity to travel and where they're traveling. So we've found, we do some proxies on where we're already flying. We've got operations out of Provo. Typically can kind of understand the demographic or the travel behaviors of those people in that area, and can make some assumptions. And this is where it gets a little bit more nuanced, but it's understanding how that'll then translate up in Ogden with the travel. And so we can see what historically they've done to some of the other markets and kind of see where they are and what we think. So looking at the data and all of that data, we anticipate with Orange County to start, it'll be predominantly out of Ogden down to Orange County. And that's, sheer number of people that are going to be traveling, going to be aware of the market will be Ogden, going to the tourist destinations, but there's also a lot of connectivity and connections to Southern California from the Ogden area. And you can see that in DOT data and a number of other sources that you can be able to pull that out and say, now some of them are traveling through Salt Lake, but we'll also, with our price point, stimulate additional traffic. And so we anticipate that it'll likely be about 80-20, so 80% of those to start will be going down to Orange County, and obviously they have to fly back up. And then there's going to be about 20% of the people that will originate in Southern California and come up and then go back down. So whether they're visiting friends and family, going up skiing, all of those things. And so that'll be the economic driver there. Now, as we look at other, and that's primarily driven by the tourism in Southern California, the connections there. And as we look at other markets, they will likely be a little bit more even, closer to the 50-50. We've looked at some of the data in whether it is Phoenix or other markets that have a little bit more back and forth because there's a lot more visiting friends and family and other things that people will be visiting and seeing. And so a lot of times it's good to start a market because there's a lot more bang for your buck with marketing and other things in the area with an underserved airport. People are a lot more focused on the airport. It is, as you guys are very well aware, it is a topic of discussion a lot of times. I'm sure when you go out, people ask you about the airport in the city all the time. It's one of the things that gets talked about a lot. And that doesn't always happen in other places. And so it goes a long way. And so gets our name out there. And we've even had passengers that are traveling from Ogden down to Provo. And so we anticipate there will be those that will stay and that'll stimulate additional traffic. So there's a number of factors that go into it, and your data is always going to be imperfect. So there's always some risk to it getting out there and putting out the flights, because the data says this, and we've gone into markets that have outperformed the data and some markets underperform the data. And there's other conflicting or other information that you can't anticipate, whether it's a competitor's reaction or those types of things. And so it's a decent amount of risk going into every market, every new market. So it's kind of high level discussion. Welcome any questions.
Bud, could you address, there was a question about, Southeast Idaho or Southern Idaho, and it sounded like maybe one flight out of Pocatello, and then of course Idaho Falls and Twin Falls seem to have larger presences with airports, but how, that was listed as one of the benefits of maybe potentially drawing some from the southern Idaho area. So yeah.
Yeah, no, good question. Conveniently, I'm from Twin Falls, and it was a question came up, say, when are you going to fly someplace closer? And so I know some people are looking at it specifically for that. I came across someone that said, hey, you should fly here, and they mentioned Ogden. Now, this is anecdotal and not all of that, but it's getting the name out to those locations. Obviously, Pocatello is probably going to draw a little bit more. It's closer. And you get from a market standpoint, Twin Falls is kind of on that edge. Okay, do I fly to Boise, or do I drive to Boise, or do I go down further Salt Lake or Ogden if we can get our name out there? And so it will pull from that. there's not any Orange County service in Boise, so it's less of a draw in that sense. And so they're going to have to connect if they really want to go to that airport and go to Disney and do all of that. So there will be a pull from that. We expect that for sure. Our name gets out there. It's in those types of communities. It travels far. So.
Thank you.
Hey, Bud, what do you have in mind for marketing? You talked a lot about getting your name out there and so on, but.
Yeah, so we do a few things. First, we start out, we get a lot of press from the initial press conference announcements. That carries us. So typically we'll like to announce anywhere from 75 days, I'd say this stage, like usually about 75, 80 days before start of service. And so we do that announcement, catch a lot of press that way. And then we have a lot we do a lot of email marketing. And then as far as the booking curve, people start to book in a little bit closer, especially in the Utah Valley. People will book in a little bit closer than other markets. And so people will start to really book a lot of the markets or a lot of the flights as we get closer to the date. So we'll ramp up marketing, both email and a bunch of other items, whether it's digital, we'll be pushing digital, we'll be pushing other things and partnering with local partners. We've had some conversations on that internally to say, okay, what's our plan going forward? And so move that pretty quickly. So it's a bunch of things included in that. So we've got our own database that we can pull on those that have already signed up to receive emails from us that are coming from the area that are going down south, but also just in general, we've got some targeted, whether it's geofencing different markets and doing social media, that type of thing. So it's a multifaceted approach.
So if you got one more, I got one more question. Where we listed your startup costs, what's included in all of that? I think it was 750,000 or so. What's included in that on your?
Yeah. So a lot of different things. So you've got training. So we'll have to get training all the ground handler people that will be operating day to day at the airport. Training for fuelers, training for de-icing events, securing those, whether it's the fluid for the de-icing, fuel contracts, GSE, so ground surface equipment, whether it's bag carts, belt loaders items to be able to fill up the plane, to be able to operate at the airport. And then, let's see, and then marketing costs as well, looking at that. Pilot, again, training, but pilot training, be able to make sure that some of that's attributed to it. So those are kind of the general things that we attribute to that.
Okay, thanks.
But I had another question. Pilot shortages is probably one of the biggest concerns, I think, when we think about Allegiant that left and subsequently Avail. Maybe if you could talk a little bit about that, but then maybe what other concerns or risks do you see coming into this market and how would you address those?
Yeah, no, good question. Because that's going to be a looming issue for a while. And so it's been abating the last little bit. Hopefully next year's a little bit better for everyone in general, but we've been able to weather it a little bit better than most. I think because we are a startup, pilots really like seniority and they get the opportunity to be at Breeze. They come in and they become a first officer quickly. And that's when they can start. And then they move over to the captain's chair and they increase their pay by doing that. So it's a lot quicker from first officer to captain to be able to get that seniority. And pilots all about seniority, and that's a good thing for us. You can get here, you can get at the beginning, and you can be a senior captain, be able to choose your schedule, your flexibility, your vacation, all of those things, and that's really helps with the quality of life. And then second, because we are a startup, we're able to really watch the market to say, okay, what makes sense with all of the pilot pay, or listen to everybody, the concerns, and have that, intimate conversations. There's not that many employees compared to some of the other airlines, and so we can pivot quickly to say, okay, what are your concerns? What do you need? What do you need to, be better and help and all get this succeed? Because we are a startup, and so working toward this ultimate goal of long-term sustainable flights.
So, Bud, can you address some of the recent headlines of Breeze pulling out of other cities after short periods?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. So overall, we've pulled out of 3 markets. And so we've pulled out of certain routes here and there because some of those might quite fit, but actually only pulled out of 3 cities that we've operated in. And aviation is a very competitive business.
I'm sorry. Out of how many? 3 out of
3 cities, 3 airports. Yeah, and we operate in 40. We've announced or are serving 45 airports, and we've left 3 airports.
Thank you.
And each market's different. As we've looked at, post-mortem, okay, why did we pull out? And there's a lot of different factors, and a lot of it is competitive. I mean, the competitive nature of those markets are vastly different to Ogden, even in the Utah area. So there's different competitive aspects to that. We've ended some routes because of fuel tends to be high in certain areas of the country, but also if you're flying a long haul flight, we've watched that. And so we want the overall goal is to be profitable long term on a flight. And so on each individual market, each individual route. And so we watch that carefully. And we know there's takes time to develop each route because not every market is going to start out day one, being profitable. And so you have to understand each one to say, okay, this route might take a little bit longer. This will be that. And so you assess each individual market to say, okay, does this make sense in the competitive landscape of aviation? And is that something we need to continue with, or is this something that won't work? And so it's a tough decision, but overall, we've been pretty good overall staying in the markets we're in. Now, we're not going to be perfect. There's imperfect knowledge, and you can't always see the future. So there is that risk. But that's one reason we've shifted in, focused a little bit on these markets like Ogden that are unserved and underserved, a little bit more so less competitive dynamics.
Yeah, quick question, but how many of the other airports that you operate have you gotten subsidies like you're getting from, or like you might be getting from Ogden?
Good question, and I can't talk specifics, but there's a good number of markets that do participate and so have different types of partnerships. This is a fairly common type of partnership. I wouldn't say there's a certain number, but there's a lot of numbers that they have additional support, and then there's some that they have less. And I would say this is probably fairly typical. I mean, some of them are structured differently. Some of it's, different types of things. But overall, this is probably average, I would say.
Average, so basically from just about 100% of the airports that you're in, you've gotten some type of support from the local airport or municipality?
Yeah, so I would say a very vast majority of them, we have some kind of local support. I mean, typically it's going to be at a minimum, all of the airport fees waived for the first 2 years, and then additional marketing and other, startup cost offsets, anywhere up to having some kind of, revenue guarantee type of thing where it's, okay, you meet the certain target. And so it's not what we're necessarily looking for here. And so it's kind of in that in-between stage. So but I would say a vast majority have some kind of community support.
Thank you.
But I really appreciate you being on the call and in the meeting tonight. This is really helpful. Just asking you directly. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Don't take our questions as that we're badgering you too bad. We're in a little bit of a jam because there's an event planned tomorrow and there's a proposal in front of us tonight.
Totally understand. No, I've done a number of these. Ask all the questions. I've been asked most of them, so you're good.
Okay, good deal. So would you be opposed to we're sitting here without seeing a contract as well, and we're told that the contract kind of depends on what we discuss and decide tonight. So this isn't ideal for me anyway. But would you be opposed to linking the incentive to the deplayments directly rather than to time? Deplayments is what we're after, so that we can get our disbursements. Yeah, employments. What did I say?
Deployment.
Deployment, whatever I said. Sorry.
You got to get on before you get off, though, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah, because I think usually the funding for all the grants and all of those entitlements typically are employments, but it's
Apparently I
usually
said
about
deplayments.
even.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I just wondered if you would be open to linking the payment structure to employments, since that's the factor we're really needing. We need to hit that mark to get our FAA entitlement.
Sure. I've never seen one structured that way. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. We could definitely take a look at it. I think because a lot of our upfront costs, or a lot of our costs are upfront. And so that's why it's more of that. And I understand the wanting to have it spread out, and I'm totally fine with that. And so I anticipate us likely being able to achieve the 10,000 even before December, because the 70% load factor is probably even a little bit, that's conservative. We typically would target in a market like Ogden to be 85, 90%. And so realistically, probably more towards September. But I don't necessarily have an opposition. I'd have to run that through everybody, because that is a unique type of way to do that. But I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to handle that with an event plan for tomorrow. So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so are you looking to kind of do it where it once it hits the 10,000, or kind of build it up? Okay, after 3,000, 5,000, I guess on that, what would you anticipate?
Yeah, kind of escalating payout as the end payment figure escalates, just so that there's an incentive for you to hit the benchmark, so that we can, before we provide the incentive, so to speak. I just think it's maybe a more appropriate way to link it, but just throwing that out there.
I'm okay with that.
Well, I guess what we're looking for is some sort of certainty as well. Certainly, none of us are guaranteed anything in this operation, but I think would the others feel about that, and how would administration feel, I guess?
I'm okay with that. I would be okay with it.
We've given away a lot more of that money tonight than. I actually wanted to break it up into 3 payments, so I don't know. Kind of seems
I
easier.
think it actually is broken up into 3 payments.
But we don't know. We don't have.
But she wanted it to
in
be
writing.
voted on
To have a budget
separately.
amendment 3 different times.
Right.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in it. It's just something that came to mind as we've had the discussion. This is all happening in real time, so just appreciate your open mind, bud. This is why it's nice having you online too. But
yeah, no, makes sense.
I certainly like that there's 3 payments instead of 2, so that's definitely an improvement too. I don't know, Brandon or Mara, I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
So tonight's action is to appropriate money from the budget to support an incentive. If that is subject to the terms of the agreement, then that's generally not negotiated at this point from the stand.
Correct.
And so we would have to go back and renegotiate the terms of the agreement, bring those forward again. And so that would push off. It's not about the event tomorrow necessarily. That can be rescheduled whenever. It's about that 75-day time frame that Bud mentioned for the target. And so I would anticipate that by bringing that back again as a condition of the appropriation, that would push off the February 21st date. And so all of those things he and his team would have to consider, which would put this consideration tonight into a future council date.
all of those things aside, what do you think about the incentive structure being linked to employments instead of months or time?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bud's been great to work with. He understands the risk that we're trying to mitigate, and we understand the risk that they're taking by investing into the Ogden Airport. And so as you talk through, and you can see how willing Breeze is just from Bud's attitude. So we've talked through those things, and the original proposal was to make a single payment. And then we went back to Bud after some feedback and talked through that again. And so him and his team have already conceded to breaking up that single payment into 3 payments. So I think they're willing to work, but again, it's just that mitigation of the risk, how far they're willing to go. At this point, they have all the risk and we have none of the risk. And so that's great for us. I would advocate for that. But again, it's just unprecedented to be doing all of that now. We'd have to go back as administration and talk through it. He'd have to go back to his team, and then we'd have to bring that back to you for consideration.
So it is unprecedented, and like I said, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in it. It's also unprecedented to have a proposal before us tonight in the work session, followed by the council meeting, followed by an event in 12 hours. So that's all. This is my first time getting to ask those questions, so really do appreciate you being here, Bud.
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea, definitely a unique idea, and maybe one they would be willing to look at. I don't know that it would change me necessarily. I think I do think this is a good opportunity and idea to get commercial flights back into Ogden, and so I'm generally supportive of that. But I think it's a cool idea. So
I think that the upside certainly outweighs the downside for Ogden City and our residents. I understand your concern that if for some reason they didn't hit that 10,000 enplanements, then that incentive from the FAA kind of goes away. We don't get part of it. We do get part of it, but a really small part.
So you're right. We're not losing an entitlement that we currently have.
Right.
We're gaining an entitlement that we don't currently have.
If we hit the 10,000.
If we hit it. So there's limited risk there. It's just not getting something that we otherwise want.
I think there's other benefits that also come along with it, like the parking revenues and the fuel flowage. Those things are ancillary to this deal, but they do come with the deal. I'm kind of excited to be partnering with a new startup that has new equipment and very optimistic about their future. I think the risk is minimal. So I'm a little edgy about let's try and
Councilmember?
change the deal at this stage. So, and I guess the truth also is, while we were presented to it in the work session, and we've been getting information from our staff for a couple of weeks. It's not been
since November 2nd.
Yeah.
So almost a month.
Yeah, we've been getting stuff for a while. I mean, it's not like this is the first time it ever came up. We didn't get the detail we got in the work session, but we have been knowing it's going along, and I think we did have opportunity to bring up how this 250,000 gets distributed. And
as I said, those questions were actually all of your questions.
Yeah.
Councilmember
Maybe
Lopez.
not yours, Ben.
So anyway, you had
I didn't realize
a question.
I was just wondering, what is the minimal risk that you see?
What's the minimal risk?
Yeah, you said that one of the reasons why you're supportive because you feel the risk is minimal. So I'm just curious
if we can get this commercial airline here, I mean, even in the past, I mean, I don't think there's a huge risk that they're going to hit that 10,000. I think it's pretty minor. I think something would have to go seriously bad, and I don't know what that might be, But I think we can kind of foresee we're probably gonna hit that 10,000, and that's the big number for us.
And what makes you think that that's a minimal risk? I'm just curious. 'Cause more than just a gut.
I don't know what else to say about it.
It's just a gut feeling right now that you have. So I'm looking for something more than a gut feeling.
It's historical a little bit. They're coming in 4 days a week. We've never had an airline that's come 4 days a week. This is an airline. It's not a commuter service or a charter service. I think there's just some things that make this thing a little bit distinct, and in my mind, perhaps a little better.
I'll just piggyback on that a little bit. With our past commercial air service, our numbers were not a problem. Our ridership was not the problem. So I feel very comfortable. I mean, when they talk about the 70%, I agree with Bud. I think that's a low number. I think we'll definitely exceed that. So that's exciting. Plus, I think what we have learned, and I think we learned it even more so once the other two pulled out, is that people did enjoy having that opportunity here. There were a lot of people that enjoyed being able to fly out of Ogden. And so I agree. I don't see us taking a big leap of, I hope this works out. I really believe this will work out. I think the numbers line up well for us. I appreciate Breeze coming to us, seeking us out. I appreciate Bud, like Brandon said tonight, being super willing to work with us, to be on the call tonight, to answer all our questions and take all of our firing. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I believe that it shows not only a willingness to partner with us, but also a firm belief and a firm belief that they and we will be successful in this partnership. So I appreciate that. I look forward to being able to work with them, to touch on the way we structure the payment and that. I like Vice Chair Ritchie said, I think it's an interesting concept, but I don't think it changes my attitude or my view. I'm excited to have this. I believe getting airline service back into Ogden is so valuable to our airport, to our city, to our residents. I just think I think and I'm not saying this for the first time. It's been said numerous times tonight. The pros definitely outweigh the cons, and I appreciate the opportunity we have to move forward with a new airline, and it's been great. I mean, just talking tonight, it's been great getting to know Bud and learning more about Breeze and their vision and their plans. They're not coming here just to do one. They're looking to expand and looking to do more. So that's great for them and for us. So.
Yeah, if they're looking for a 600-hour pilot, I'm up too.
Chair, may I add a finer point to that comment, or both of those comments? So we reached the conditional 10,000 employments when we had Allegiant. That is evidenced by the fact that we received the $1 million for those many years that Allegiant was operating. And we did that, as has been stated, with less flights per week and at a on par or maybe even arguably a lower desirable destination in Mesa versus Orange County. And so I would just echo the fact that the increased flights with a desirable destination does increase our success factor tremendously.
The other thing that I think is kind of cool is if we're going to get 20% of the people that don't live here up here to ski our slopes and to do business here or whatever they're coming for, that's a good thing. That's a nice thing. That's something that I'm kind of excited about.
And so, not to move away from Ben's comment, may I recommend that tonight's consideration be for the expenditure, knowing that we are intending on, as of now, at least doing that over the three periods that we've stated, and that our commitment to you would be to work with Bud between tonight and tomorrow to determine if there could be additional structure that would tie the incentive to the employment condition. In the event that that is denied by his boss, we at least know that the expenditure has been approved at the 3 installments. But knowing that staff would go to work because we agree that mitigates our risk to 0, and that's a great position to be in.
Look, I wasn't saying that my vote's contingent on it. I just asked the question because it
yeah.
came up and I thought it was an intuitive thing to link. That's all I'm at.
Was the 3rd installment in September? Was that
November?
It's November.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe if they hit the 10,000 by September, 3rd installment comes sooner. I don't know. That I'm not the negotiator.
That probably ought to be on the table. I mean, if they hit that 10,000.
Good feedback. If I was Bud, I would
whatever they
argue
do.
for an accelerated payment.
So, and to address the comment that we've been getting information along the way, I appreciated that admin met with our chair and vice chair, and then Ken reached out to me and said, "What do you think?" And it was pretty general at the time.
Yeah.
But my questions about assurances, that was the feedback I gave then too. So I'm not bringing up anything I wasn't bringing up before. I think I'm asking reasonable questions based on the fact that we're turning this thing around in 12 hours. So I think but hang in there, man. We're not, like I said, I'm not trying to grill you. We're trying to make it work in the course of a short period of time to make tomorrow's event work. So I want badly to see this succeed. So the other dynamic but it kind of doesn't really involve you, but there's other interests at the airport too that are watching really closely. And they want to see the city turn on a dime and do what needs to be done for their success as well. So this is an important conversation, not just because of the amount of money that's on the line and the assurances and so on, because we considered an item before this one that was a lot more money than this. But to me, I think that's the biggest risk, is that we send a message that this use matters and others don't on the airport. And whether that's reality or perception is up to the eye of the beholder. But that's probably my biggest worry right now as we have this discussion, is making sure that they know that that their success matters just as much as Bud's and Breeze's. So
yeah, that's a good
that's on my mind a lot right now.
Yeah, I agree.
When did you started negotiations with them, with these airline?
I'd have to look to Bryant or Jared for that answer.
Yeah, it's pretty quick to us.
First.
Yeah, initial contact in October, in earnest, 1st of November.
Oh, okay. This November?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quick.
Yeah, and it came to us in our council leadership meeting, and we had we knew that there was this desire to get the flights sooner than later, and so that's why, we understood, and we stated that we can't really commit, but given the information we had, we just wanted to get a feel from the council, and that was the whole outreach piece. But I think it's been kind of this working conversation over the month. So,
and correct me if I'm wrong, Bud, but we were trying to meet an announcement date
for February
that you
14th.
had before, and we couldn't quite pull it off, and so you announced 6 or 7 other routes elsewhere, and we missed that cutoff. Is that right?
That's correct. It was the week before Thanksgiving, we had an announcement of 7 cities, I believe.
Did this go through to the advisory board?
The advisory board has sunsetted. You'll be receiving additional information shortly to resurrect that committee. Essentially, it's past its sunset date. So the answer is no.
What about the association? Do you guys ever communicate with them?
Not on matters like this, no.
No?
Just this is something that would be pertinent for the advisory committee had they been in shape, but that's who we would go to for advice.
Gotcha. I've got a question about terminal readiness. It's been a while since we've had commercial flights. How we doing over there? Is there money that needs to be spent for that?
Yes. So we just opened bids today for work on the terminal to put it back in like new condition. So like it was before we started the airport project, and realized that costs to just have the big terminal vision that we had, just costs have overrun our budget. And so we'll make a bid selection probably in the next day or two, give a notice of intent to proceed, and we'll be running like mad to get the terminal put back together by the February 21st date.
Okay.
And the budget's in place for the bids that we've received.
Okay, so won't know the amount until we hit the bids, but it overran the budget that you have. What's the budget that you have that it's exceeding?
It's around $2 million for this scope of work. The
$2
original,
million?
The original budget for the big air terminal expansion was, it's moved all over. It was $6 million, I think, at one point. We were anticipating some federal grants to help support that. That didn't come, but the actual bids for that scope was closer to $9 million, and so it was unanticipated. So we've shrunk that scope down to a much more affordable.
So before their start date in February, we're going to have to do a budget opening to give you $2 million to get the
No, that's
terminal ready.
already been appropriated.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a second piece of this presentation by Justin. Let's go ahead and go with that, and then we'll move to the public hearing portion, open it up for public comment.
Yeah, to answer your comment about we do have a CIP already for the terminal that we've already had funded.
Hey, Justin,
in anticipation.
Is Bud still with us, or is he gone? He's still with us. Thank you, Bud, again. Appreciate you being here, willing to answer our questions. So.
Yeah, thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. All right, Justin.
Thank you. So the appropriation needed to be able to provide this incentive, we are proposing to use BDO lease revenue fund balance, and so the proposal would be to transfer $250,000 out of fund balance, out of the BDO fund balance, and then move that into the airport fund. And so the total appropriation is $500,000, but the amount going to the airport is $250,000. Just for accounting purposes, the transfer in and the transfer out, it makes it look like it's double, but it's money going out of one fund and into another fund. So that's why it appears as $500,000, but it's the $250,000 that would be set aside in the airport fund for this incentive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to see that on a T account. Credits on the left, debits on the right.
Correct.
Something like that. Okay. All right. This is a public hearing on this matter, so if you'd like to come and address the council on this issue, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, and we will. Yeah, time is open for that. Welcome.
Been here all night. Angel Castillo, Ogden resident. If I came to you and I told you that I wanted each of you to write me a check for $35,714 because I'm going to start a business that I've raised $300 million to launch, but I've lost $175 million over 5 quarters. And in 2023, I was operating at a 71% loss. What would you be willing to write a check out of your own money? That's a real number you can get your head around. 35,714. That's 250 divided by 7. And well, I like the idea. If you're gonna do this, there should be clawbacks if you don't meet the emplanements, and there should be a clawback if you cancel services. That is the minimum that should be done, because while it's our job to nurture new businesses, our city's role isn't to be a venture capitalist, and this is a startup. This isn't like a major airline came. And yes, I know that the startups are disruptors, but look at how many fail. And if I lost $175 million over 5 quarters and I allegedly still had $125 million left of that original 300, do you still want to write me a personal check for that money, for $35,714? I just don't feel that we should be taking these big swings when we have other things to do. I mean, we can support them, we can nurture them, we can help them. I don't think you should be giving them $250,000 Because what if they don't need it? I mean, government shouldn't be speculative. We shouldn't be playing the market. This is speculative. This is not, there is a physical thing that we are going to have that is going to give a building or a park or something to the community. This is an angel investment. It's a startup. This is not like it's a proven company that's making money, albeit a small company. I might feel differently if this was like a charter company that said that, hey, you know, we want to do more things and we can, you know, we just need you to give a little bit. I just don't feel comfortable with it. And if you're going to move forward with it, you have to have clawbacks in that contract. And I 100% agree that the payment should be tied to the enplanements if you're going to do this. But I don't think we should be speculative investors. We are government. Thank you.
Online, we have Heath Sato. You may need to unmute if you're already talking.
I was already talking. Thank you. Keith Sato, Ogden resident. I don't know how best to put this, but it feels almost tactical that the public could not look into the specific company until the night you are to vote on spending this money. Also a little tactical that came up when there was no active advisory board to speak to this, as I understand it. I don't find this behavior something that should be rewarded. It's an unacceptable way to treat taxpayers. It's great y'all have gotten some stuff for a while, but the public has not. And when a council member said offhandedly tonight that we've given away a lot more, it about broke me. That is not the correct approach to spending our money. Each instance is a different individual situation to look at. I think everyone is quite aware of how a couple weeks ago the state legislature absolutely reamed Ogden over how the airport's being so poorly handled by Mr. Cooper and the upper administration. That's not my words. This is the state government representatives calling them dishonest players. Like you, I appreciate that Bud thought a Zoom call was worth up to $250,000 of our dollars. That's great. I would do the same. I'd also like to know, sort of a best case scenario, how much did Allegiant over those 10 years here inject into our economy? Where's the data? Was it worth it? Why wasn't that front and center in the presentation? You'd think it'd be like a selling point. Like, look how much we got last time. The CED is nearly $30 million a year budget department. I think we have the manpower to put that sort of thing together right up front. Councilmember Lopez, the answer to your question was super vague. Thanks for asking that, but vast majority of some kind of support is insufficient for me. Mayor-elect Nadolski, I appreciate that you did, but you do not have to apologize for asking hard questions of someone asking you to give them $250,000 of our money at a moment's notice. It's not nothing. The questions are valid and the points you made were on the mark. And we'll take a look at it. It's not a great response if you have to agree to it first. A company that's lost like almost $50 million in the first quarter of this year alone is telling us that they need $250,000 to make this pencil. That makes me uncomfortable. It sounds like they're just getting what they can, which seems to be a thing here. I don't know if this deal's good or bad, but I don't think we should reward this kind of strategy. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm listening to all of this, and what comes to my mind is Shark Tank. And I think, would they take this deal? Would they think this was advantageous and they were going to make money on it? Think about that for a minute.
Thank you.
Laura Lewis.
Laura Lewis. Thank you, Laura.
Good evening, Sarah Tolliver, President and CEO of Visit Ogden. Bud mentioned it a little bit, but it was kind of the first time tonight that it had been mentioned that not only, while the main focus may be in Breeze serving an underserved population, which is Ogden, that we also have the opportunity here to enhance our visitor economy with people flying from that LA metro area to our community. Our visitor economy is an economic development tool, and as such, these incentives are a typical part of the process, as we all know, in economic incentives. We just got our numbers back from the Kem Gardner Policy Institute for the calendar year 2022, so this information is a little bit dated, but I will say year-to-date, our numbers in 2023 exceed those in 2022. So in 2022, visitors spent $460 million in Weber County, generating $55.9 million in direct tax revenues. The LA metro market is our #1 out-of-state feeder market for our community all year round. But in the winter especially, it generates about 25% of the destination skier visits at our resorts. If you're a local, you may not like that number, but it is one of the realities of how important that market is to us. Visitors made up 10% of our overall tax collections to Weber County in 2022. So it's a really instrumental part of what provides those quality of life assets and continued economic development and growth to our community. So I would just like to encourage you to keep in mind the catalyst that this provides to our visitor economy, in addition to the benefits it can provide to our residents through the economic development engine, as well as opportunities to go explore another wonderful destination. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Ed McKinney online. Go ahead. Ed, we cannot hear you if you're talking. And it looks like you're off mic or you're off mute. Maybe there's another mute. Still not hearing you, Ed. Let's go ahead and go to the phone number and see if we can, and we'll come back to you, Ed. It's *6 to unmute.
That's Linda Sanchez.
Okay, go ahead, Linda. You'll need to unmute yourself. Still not unmuted. *6 to unmute. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Are you able? Okay. I don't know if this is maybe the proper place to say this, but I went to a human trafficking conference back a little while ago, and I met some girls, and I just kind of want to know, like, I since then have met actually quite a few people here in Weber County that have had the unfortunate events of being human trafficked. And part of the problem that I see is, you know, and I don't mean to stereotype anybody, but the part of the ways that happen is one through our travel, like through the airports and through the semis. And then also, which I was astonished, I talked to a couple of girls that were called tunnel girls that were human trafficked through the judicial system, which, you know, I mean, I just have to, sometimes people flock to me because I'm a nurse, and as soon as they find that out, they think I know everything, which is definitely not the case. But what kind of concerns me is I was shocked at the amount of human trafficking that is happening here in Weber County. And really, I don't ever hear about it until you start going to these places. And it's a lot more prevalent than people are aware of. And I want to know what are we going to do? You know, we're bringing flights back to Ogden, which, what are we doing to protect people? It just kind of, it does, I mean, it's happening even without the flights. But after I started talking to these girls, because you think, how in the world did you get involved in this? And it's very innocent at first. And it's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. So it just makes me wonder, what are we putting into place to help people here so that, I mean, you go clear down to, we're going to go to Southern California. And I mean, human trafficking is real. And what are we going to do to, one, help our younger generation? And some of these people were not even young. They were 30s and 40s.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Okay. Give Ed a chance to raise his hand maybe, or see if we can allow him to talk. Looks like he disconnected, reconnected. Okay.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Ed McKinney, Eden, Utah. This decision tonight, in my mind, kind of ended when I heard that the airline had not provided the marketing information. It's without that information, it sort of feels like we can't proceed, and I don't know why the city council would even consider continuing this discussion without having those numbers. But if you want to go ahead and rubber stamp this, which is consistent with what's happened in the past, I'd encourage you to do that. Go ahead, and the only request I would make is ask Mr. Cooper if he'd be willing to bet his job that 3 months from now, as much as I'd like to see an airline operating out of Ogden, if it's not there, that he won't be there either, because he's taken the business development all the way back to 2012, where we were told that there were potential for 17 flights a day out of Ogden. And we kept believing what we wanted to hear. These stories that we're being told as council members, as you're being told as council members, all sound so wonderful, but they don't come true. It's like Lucy holding the football for Charlie Brown. Here we go again. So I'd encourage Mr. Cooper to put a bet out on the table that 3 months from now, Breeze Airlines will be there. I would also ask that we go back and look at, in the last 4 years of this administration, what positive things have happened at Ogden Airport? What revenues have we generated? What businesses have come into Ogden Airport because of this business development environment that we've created? And I think you'll be pretty disappointed to see the results. But let's go run down this corridor again. But I strongly encourage this city council to put your rubber stamp away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Any other comments? Entertain a motion.
We'll move that we close the public hearing on this item.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing by Councilmember Heyer and a second by Councilmember Blair. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. There are a few questions. Any discussion, or I guess we have numbers on what was there any economic benefit from Allegiant, what they brought to the table over their 10 years? I know we had a kind of a conversation about some of the grant funding that we received as a result of them.
Yeah, so we can give you real economic impact numbers, but I think the easiest one to pull off the top of my head for this meeting is the fact that the airport received $1 million a year for 10 years that they flew out of the airport. So Allegiant's presence, as would be the same for Breeze, generated $10 million to the Ogden airport for specific improvements.
Okay.
The other economic impact we'll have to look at.
Sure, sure. And I appreciate Sarah being here, that some of the numbers she quoted were pretty remarkable in terms of LA being that feeder market. A discussion, I don't know if what the question is there with the human trafficking. Is there something that the airport does specifically? I don't know if, I know that when I fly, I've seen posters. If you see something, say something, and I don't know if there's anything specific Ogden Airport's doing to shed light on that, or maybe that's a suggestion we can take. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the basic answer to that question is that it's the individual's responsibility to protect themselves always and firstly, but that's not always the case. We understand that. So there are things that we can do as a venue for travel. That starts with the parking lot, making sure that the parking lot's well lit, and that there are people, that it's active, and that things are, there's eyes on the scene. As you get into the terminal, obviously there are security measures that TSA implements, not only as you travel as a passenger, but in the airport in general, in terms of access points, badging, gating, personnel in the right place at the right time. And so, I think personal protection is a personal thing, but then we can do a lot as well, and I think we do. Okay. Obviously, we can't guard against all the risks of the world. It's a dangerous world.
Chair, can you remind me what our incentive was to Allegiant and Avello?
I think Bryant could probably speak to that specifically. We did get a SCASD grant, as mentioned in the work session. That ratio is probably something that he has on the top of his head.
Sure. Okay.
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. You're talking about the incentives that were given?
Yeah, when Allegiant, when we were negotiating for Allegiant to come, there was some kind of an incentive package that was put together that they agreed on, we agreed on, before they would start to resume flights here.
Well, there's two separate episodes that I'm aware of with Allegiant. So the startup, the only thing I was aware of was the we didn't charge them anything for their presence.
Yeah, so it was the landing fees and
then we got a SCASD grant that was for, I believe, $250,000, but I believe that was used for marketing. Mm-hmm. Then if you fast forward, that was in 2012, 2013, somewhere in there. You go forward to 2016 and 2017, we bore the cost, and I believe it was $500,000 to get Allegiant to go into two markets. That was Los Angeles, LAX, I believe, and then the other one was Las Vegas. Right. And
I'm not guaranteeing so many seats were filled and that kind of thing. And
I'm not aware of any of those. I have a copy of the agreement, and it doesn't have that detail in it. It says that essentially we put up $500,000 in exchange for them opening those two markets, but we covered their costs, and the money was consumed, I think 6 weeks or 7 weeks after Vegas started up, and I believe we only got about 10 to 12 weeks with Los Angeles. However, it is noteworthy that we got up to 70% load factor in that short period of time in Los Angeles only. Mm-hmm. So all that data is available on what the performance was, and as far as I know, it was just that $500,000 payout for those two markets.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I have a quick question for Chair, if
yes,
it's okay.
Go ahead.
For Brandon. Brandon, is there an itemized budget for the portion that the airline is going, the money they're going to be putting in?
No, we do not have one. We have what essentially was summarized with our presentation and with Bud's comments.
Is that normal that you don't have one? I mean, would you, if you have more time, would you have asked for one, or how does that work?
Well, we're satisfied with the categories in which they've described in terms of the use of the money. We know that it's a significant cost to open a route, and we are satisfied with the things that they have told us in terms of the training and the fuel and the marketing. Those are consistent with what Bryant just mentioned, that Allegiant spent their money on, especially marketing and training.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments or discussion items?
I'm sorry. I did have just one last one, and and if I miss this one, I'm sorry. I apologize, because I think this one was discussed, but I can't remember. What was the rush to get this done so fast? Can someone remind me? I heard a deadline that needed to be met for some reason, and I just can't remember.
Yeah.
So there might be a little bit of a misunderstanding. So as was mentioned, we've been working with Breeze for a little over a month now. They did have the deadline of a couple weeks ago to have this route announced with the other 6 or 7 routes that they announced just a few weeks ago. We couldn't get the meetings scheduled, and we didn't have all the terms nailed down to meet that. So the meeting that's scheduled tomorrow was a meeting that was scheduled because of this meeting tonight. And this meeting tonight was calendared in normal process of calendaring. Does that make sense? And so we took the first available date that we had to have this meeting tonight, and then Breeze, because they wanted the earliest opportunity to announce the flight, scheduled their announcement tomorrow. We didn't schedule this meeting because they had already pre-scheduled that announcement tomorrow. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And so there's a little bit of miscommunication. This isn't a hurry up decision to meet a firm deadline that was set. They set it as a condition of this meeting to get as much time in that marketplace. Now, that's not to say that they want to spend more time, because I think that they have to make decisions on where they're deploying pilots and planes and capital. And so they want to hit that February 21st deadline. But knowing that we couldn't get this date until later, that 75-day window has already been shortened, and they were okay with that.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
We were asked the question if we would write the check for 1/7 of that 250,000, and I absolutely would if I were able to get $143,000 a year for as long as they happen to stay. I mean, it is an investment. It is something that's going to pay us back. Is there a chance that it might not happen? Yeah, there's a chance. I suppose there's a chance. I don't think it's high. But, and corporate welfare, that phrase has been thrown around a lot tonight. And fundamentally, I totally agree with that. I wish that things just happened on their own merits and there wasn't needs to do incentives. But the fact of the matter is, the world in which we live, if we were to dig in our heels and say we're never gonna do any incentives to anybody, nothing ever is gonna happen here. It's just the nature of the world in which we live. Because if we won't, well, Provo will, or Spanish Fork will, or somebody else that could make that lift, they will. And we will find ourselves with nothing going on. I look at it more like fertilizer to the farmer. The farmer puts the fertilizer down in hopes that the crop will do better and they'll get that a higher yield on harvest. Sometimes the hail comes and they don't, but generally we fertilize because we expect a return on that investment. And that's the way I look at things like this. It would be nice if we didn't have to do that, but I can't see in the world in which we live that it's practical to expect that we don't. That's I don't know how else to say it. There are a lot of naysayers. It's really interesting that we have a lot of people that come up and they hear this and they already know this is a bad idea. Even though all of the experts and the people we've got that do this for a living all the time don't think it's a bad idea. And according to what we see on the, that has been presented to us, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. But we're continually being told that we ought to let others make those decisions because we're not smart enough to do that. I'm a little offended by that.
All right. Any other comments? No?
So, I got a lot to say, I guess. I really want this, actually. I want success for the airlines. I want the revenue that comes with it. I want the passenger travel that comes. I want the exposure we get. I also want a process preceding us that helps us make better decisions, that doesn't put us in these weird positions. And that's what the lesson I'm learning tonight. And I've learned this lesson time and time and time again. But we need an airport community that works, and we don't have one, and this is the consequence. We don't have a committee to advise us on this, and this is the consequence of it. A yes vote tonight probably puts other interests at the airport on ice again, makes any semblance of being able to heal and move forward harder. That's my worry right now. $250,000 is a lot of money, but we make way bigger choices on other issues because we feel comfortable making those choices because we have a process that precedes it that's better than this one. So that's where I find myself as a decision maker. It's really hard to know which way to go because I feel torn between user groups in the same place. And that's not what we need at the airport. We need some level of collaboration out there that doesn't exist. And yeah, it's putting us in a hard spot tonight. That's how I feel. This is not a rubber stamp decision for me. Not even close. I've been vacillating overnight and throughout the night. So however I vote, it ain't no rubber stamp, I can tell you that. But moving forward, man, we got work to do.
I have some comments, Chair, but I'd like to make them after the vote, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. I kind of feel the same. It's like in terms of it's not a rubber stamp vote. I mean, it's ever since November 2nd, I guess it was when we first learned about this. Going between really being excited and wanting to see success in the airport. I think that's definitely seeing commercial flights back. I love that idea. I guess I think for me it's more about the potential positives just far outweigh the risks that I see in this case. Going back to the strategic plan or that I was the only council member not part of. You list those 3 bullet points, and I agree. I think we need to make sure that we're giving as much attention to all 3 of those strategic things. And so, yeah, what are we going to do moving forward to do that? That's probably a discussion item we need to have for general aviation, commercial, and the third one is something that I just don't remember because I wasn't part of that committee. So again, it's 9:20. Yes.
It's going to be 11 before we go home?
Yes. So with that, I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make that motion that we move that we adopt Ordinance 2023-68.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Heyer to adopt proposed seconded by Councilmember Blair to adopt proposed ordinance 2023-68, and this is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Blair.
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
No.
Councilmember Nadolski. No. Councilmember White.
No.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye. And that does not pass. All right. All right, moving on, we have...
oh, we have some comments, Chair.
Oh, we have some... Sorry, yes, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
So, number one, I need to say that anything I say and in any way that I vote is never... actually, let me just talk about today, not ever. It's not with any kind of animosity towards anybody, okay? I respect the work that Brandon does and that his team does and his office does, and I really appreciate you and all your staff, okay? I have no animosity towards you or anyone else. And I also want to say that, you know, I would love to see this project succeed, and this project succeeding, it's in my personal selfish best interest because I own 2 businesses here in Ogden, and the more people that come from LA, hey, you know, the more margaritas we sell. And I'm still voting no because I don't make my votes based on my selfish decisions, but based on my conscience, right? So with that, I do want to honor the concerns that have been brought up many times for many years with some of the dysfunction that happens at the airport. I don't want to speak too much about it here in public because I don't mean to add more gasoline to the fire. That is not my intent. My intent is that, like Councilmember Nadolski say, is that we figure out a way to address that relationship better, that we make that more functional. I understand the nature of the work we do is very difficult. That's the way politics are. Unfortunately, there's no other way. Democracy is messy. So that's why I don't have animosity against. I'm usually always on the losing end of the votes when I'm a no vote. So this is weird for me, right? But so I need to honor that. You know, and then there was one thing that I also very respectfully disagree with the people that believe and say that the BDO revenue is not tax revenue. Okay, technically that is correct. I agree. I understand. We're not dumb. We know why we say that. Practically, to me, that's not true. Practically, it is tax revenue. It is Ogden citizens' money, right? We own the BDO, and if that money could be used to pay for police salaries or for employee salaries, for salary increases, then the tax revenue would be lower. And in return to me, that's why the people that say that have a point, and I don't want to dismiss that. I think it's important that we don't dismiss it, and that we don't think. And again, most of the time, I think 95% of the votes that come to us, we approve them. That's why some people think that we're a rubber stamp council, and I don't think that's the case. I think that's because the administration does really good work bringing what they bring to us. But once in a while, things get a little messy, and I think we are within our right to vote our conscience, and that's what I did today. So thank you for the time, Chair. I really appreciate it.
Marcia or Councilmember White?
Yeah, my no vote has a lot to do with the fact that it's really hard not to have anything in front of us, an agreement or anything, and we don't know what it's going to be used for. So, and I voiced that 2 weeks ago when we had that conversation. So it's been hard to have that conversation in my head. And I would really like to have it in 3 installments, but we don't have that. I mean, I know it's in 3 installments. We just don't have any concrete contract with them right now. So I don't.
Chair, just one last 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. I would encourage Brandon and the gentleman that joined us on the phone to go back and figure these out again, bring more information to the council if you can, include us a little bit more in the process. I will be all for it. If I'm still here, if it comes back, again, I would be excited about a project like this. Thank you. 20 seconds, I promise. All right.
Vice Chair, can I go before you? Just
sure.
If in fact, Councilmember White's and Lopez's concerns were that we just don't have enough information, the right choice tonight would have been a table, not to deny it. I am really concerned about what this says. It doesn't just say something to Breeze. It says something to anybody that might want to come here. That hey, that council's petty, and I got to believe that that's what it is. And all of the ancillary benefits that come to a city from having commercial air traffic, like Sarah mentioned, all of the economic benefits from the travel industry, from tourism, all of the benefits that the city gets directly from the parking, from the fuel flowage, from some of those other things. We've just kicked somebody in the groin. We've kicked a lot of people in the groin by saying no. And that wasn't the decision to make if we just want to have some more information.
Can that still be fixed?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let Ben
yeah.
go, and then I'm going to say something.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You're right. I'm worried about the message it sends too, not just to the airline industry, but to the airport users as well. I'm really, really disappointed about where we find ourselves. It might look like a petty council or something, but it's the things preceding it and outside of this decision that are hard. And we shouldn't have to choose between this phenomenal opportunity and whether we can rebuild our future at the airport either with stakeholders. I want what was proposed. We need what was proposed. It's what we have the airport for. It's what we're trying to get to. But we're lacking that foundation to support these things. That's what's, I don't know. It's really disappointing. I think you're right that if we needed more information, that it's a table. It's not a rejection outright. Because I don't think this thing should be dead in the water. I think it ought to be something that we can make work. We were just, hopefully Bud's still on the line. Hopefully not. I don't know.
Hopefully he's not.
But we were put in a really hard spot tonight, and I think if it had another week, it might change because this is an opportunity we need to figure out how to make work, but not at the cost of everything else that we need to do to fix that airport. That's where I found myself. I don't want to send the wrong message to other airlines that are considering coming here. I don't want to send the wrong message to other stakeholder groups that are trying to make a go here and aren't getting this kind of support either from us.
Councilmember Blair?
Yeah, I have a few things to say. Number one, I agree with Councilmember Heyer. I don't believe that more information, I don't believe certain things were the decision that we were making tonight. Tonight we were saying, are we willing to give them this amount of money? I believe Brandon was up front saying, this is what we have, this is what we're working on. We can bring other things back to you. And we can continue to work on certain aspects of that, or how it's paid, or when it's paid, or whatever that may be. But I agree with Councilmember Heyer. I believe this sends a message of pettiness. It sends a message of, in my opinion, dysfunction. And I understand that there are issues at our airport. I wholeheartedly agree. But I don't think that I don't think that we, and I'll say me, I don't think that I feel comfortable punishing one entity or one group just to prove to another that I'm listening. I don't think that accomplishes our goal either. Just to be clear, tonight's decision eliminates the opportunity to have a grand event tomorrow and the opportunity to have possibly an airline back in Ogden. So I would be willing. I understand the vote was 3-3. Any one of us can bring the vote back. I respect each one of you for the way you voted, but I believe it does Ogden City a disservice to leave it at 3-3 and to not move on. I would be willing to make another motion that we revisit it if there's 4 votes out there in favor of moving forward. Like I said, in moving forward with this step and allocating the amount of $250,000 so that this airline can move forward and can begin a partnership with Ogden City. Because I agree, I think the message we send by eliminating this step has giant ripples. I think those ripples reach every piece of our airport and bigger parts of our city. And I'm sorry that this happened this way. So I'll just put that out there. I'd be willing to make a motion again if there's 4 votes out there to move forward.
Councilmember Lopez.
I respectfully disagree. I don't think this sends the wrong message or says that we're petty, but I respectfully disagree, and respect your right to say that. Is there an option to vote to table still?
What good does that? It didn't. I don't understand what that would do. We have to bring it back anyway.
Well, that was one of the options that Councilmember Heyer mentioned earlier. So he said maybe the right option would have been to table, because obviously there are council members here who feel this can go about a different way, and we don't have to kill it, and we don't want to kill it. And I think that's true, Councilmember Heyer. I wish someone would have said that before we voted.
Well, and
that was an option.
If the option was to table, that doesn't necessarily mean Breeze would stick with the deal. Like they just announced 6 cities or 6, and so yeah, maybe we table it and they maybe say Ogden's not the, I mean, that's certainly a possibility, right?
Sure,
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's where I feel, Chair, that's why I don't feel that this is petty or that sends the wrong message, because that's the way democracy works. And, you know, if that's the decision that was made from this body, right? We're all elected by the people, and we represent the people, and so, you know, we're voting our conscience, and sometimes we win, and sometimes we lose, and sometimes people win, and sometimes people lose. And like I said, I lose 95% of the time when I vote, when I'm on the opposite side of the vote. So I'm not happy about this. I'm not making light of it. I'm just trying to.
I understand.
I'm just trying to say, because it's a way to send a better message. It may not be the best message that Councilmember Blair is hoping for, but it's a better message instead of killing it. Now, what happens after that, I have no control over it.
True. And I don't know, Janine, if that's an option at this point to table or to reconsider to table or reconsider to, yeah, I don't.
So you would have to reconsider first. That reconsideration vote would have to pass by four votes.
4 votes.
And then
Subsequent
once
motion.
it's in the reconsideration mode, you can either vote on it again, or you can table it or extend it to a later date.
Chair, so this would be my suggestion. My suggestion would be that we make a motion to reconsider, and then we re-vote on the motion, hoping that there is another person that is willing to vote yes. And if that fails, then we vote to table.
Okay.
That's what I suggest.
You would just skip out that middle
Yeah,
step.
if it fails again, then you'd have to reconsider it again.
Yeah.
So Chair.
It has to be
Vice Chair,
aligned.
I will make that motion that we make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to reconsider by Councilmember Heyer, second by Councilmember Blair. This is a roll call vote. I think roll call vote, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Reconsider, yeah.
To reconsider.
Discussion before?
Okay.
Are we open for more discussion still?
Sure.
So-
Let's see if this
There's a
passes.
motion on the
Let's-
table.
let's-
Or there's no discussion.
Oh,
necessary.
sorry. You're
Motion to
right.
reconsider is open. Let's go
Yep,
with that vote,
thank
and then
you.
we'll have discussion.
I'm on it. I got you.
Councilmember Heyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Councilmember Nadolski,
Aye.
Councilmember White,
Aye.
Councilmember Blair,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye. So the motion is back to reconsider. More discussion. Councilmember Nadolski.
My discussion, or my thoughts still are, it's really important that we get this done today. That's what I think.
Okay.
I agree.
I agree.
And maybe if we need to add something else to the table for our other stakeholders, I've had a thought for a while that we do have an airport advisory committee.
We don't.
We don't.
Well,
So we don't.
it's in our
That's the
ordinance.
problem.
Let's put it that way. It's in our ordinance. It's sunsetted right now, but I think that some of the problem that we've had with our airport advisory committee in the past is that the composition of it has been a lot of people that really find themselves in, they got a dog in the hunt. They're, what is the word? A conflict of interest?
Biased?
Or a bias, yeah.
Bias.
No, I think everybody has a bias, but they have a conflict of interest. And as any of us would have to recuse ourselves if we had a conflict of interest on a vote, they wouldn't have a quorum in the past. And so but anyway, I think we need an airport advisory committee, but we probably ought to also have a stakeholder committee, which would be a quasi-governmental committee that could be the ORAA. Could be something like that would have input to things as stakeholders, not as an advisory committee. Now, I don't know if we can do something like that. That's probably something Gary might want to weigh in on, or Bryant, or somebody, to see if that's something that is, can kind of help to bridge some divides that we find ourselves with. You okay if Gary
Go
joins
ahead,
in?
Gary.
Yeah, that's possible to have a stakeholder or a tenant committee, that sort of thing. I think then their interests are clear. Their interests are, we're users and we're a user group and we want to express our interests as a user group. It wouldn't be a normal advisory committee. It would be a user group that the advisory committee might take additional input from.
Gary, would that factor in with the potential or the discussion about a consultant dealing with some of the issues that we're talking about that the state legislature brought up? And I know there was the audit for the management of the airport, some of those things. How would that relate?
It could be. I don't know if that was on his list of tasks, but we could include it.
So
Councilor
one of my
White?
biggest concerns was that we don't have a written agreement. Is there a way to make sure that at least the payments are in the written agreement in 3 separate staunches?
Yeah, and
Tranches.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's getting very late.
Staunchy tranches.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Since I'm probably going to be writing that agreement, what I've kind of been thinking about as I've taken into account your various comments is that provided our negotiating partner is willing, we talk about 3 different payments at different time periods, and you could make that last payment contingent on them achieving the 10,000 employments. And so they would earn that last payment whenever they achieve that in 10,000 within the calendar year. And so, of course, it's really hard to negotiate in a public meeting, but that might be a way to get to everybody's concerns. Because I think the concern is that you want to make sure that you don't at least lose the benefit of that federal grant.
There's incentive.
Yeah.
And I'd even be willing to front load the 2 payments. I mean, front load them more than 90 and whatever.
You mean with your money?
Yeah.
So instead of breaking it up into 3, you'd feel more comfortable saying, or you'd feel comfortable with we did the 2 together up front and then leave the third to the 10,000 employments or a date or some form of
a date. Yeah.
That Chair, may I?
Yeah.
That's why tabling is not. I don't think it's a bad option, right? Because I say these, someone's talking about pettiness. Pettiness can go both ways, right? So we're not saying no. We're just saying we need more. We just need more answers, and again. With all due respect to Brandon and his team, even though we found out, I know that this is done with really good intentions. I know it is. Everybody, from everyone, but
I'm sorry. It's probably worth noting that the employments goal. The longer you put off beginning the contract, the shorter period they have to try to grab it in. That's really the only difficulty. That and the fact that they may have market forces that require them to go or no go now, but also that employment goal is harder to reach the farther you push it back into the calendar year.
Chair, is another option. I don't know that we've ever done these, but actually, no, never mind. That probably wouldn't work. I was wondering if a break would help us, but we can't. Probably that's not. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Never mind.
I do quite like the idea. Marcia kind of brought it up that we do make that last payment contingent on the 10,000 employments. Oh yeah, well, whoever did, and that should be after their projected, their projected time anyway. And so if we were to give it based on that, it seems like they probably that probably shouldn't be too big of a negotiating deal. It gives us some certainty.
that we do hit that. And, you know, we could claw back some money should they not do it, if they didn't do it. And, but I still think we need to get this thing done today. And maybe I'll make that motion. I'm not sure if I know how to do that exactly, but.
Hold on. Gary, did you have a comment?
So it is a little bit difficult for the simple reason that we have a separation of powers and the administration enters into contracts and you make financial decisions, and that's the tricky thing. And so I think the most you're going to get is a commitment from the administration to do exactly what you've asked them to do. Because otherwise you end up getting into the contract drafting as part of your
That's true.
Your
Okay,
budgetary
yep,
decision.
thank you for that.
Not trying to make it hard, I'm just trying to be realistic about it.
So could we ask that question of our CAO and CED director? Is that something that?
Yes, I appreciate this dialogue. As I said a minute ago, I was worried about that same thing, but we are hearing you as administration. We tend to agree it is an administrative negotiation. We commit to taking all of these comments back and discussing it with the airline and trying to manage their risk with ours as we've done thus far and coming up with the best solution. So you have our commitment. We're on the same team. We want the very same things.
Chair, I make a motion then that we adopt ordinance 2023-68.
Okay, before a second, I don't know if Councilmember Nadolski, if you had anything to say. No, okay.
Second.
We have a thank you. Motion to adopt proposed ordinance 2023-68 by Councilmember Heyer, seconded by.
Might want to just say with administration's comments in mind.
With
Their
the
agreement.
administration's
With
comments
Our
in mind.
comments to them.
Second by Councilmember Blair. Good to go. That's a roll call vote.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Nadolski?
No.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Blair?
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie?
Aye. And that passes.
Want to clap now?
All right, it's getting late. Let's go on to reports from administration. Proposed amendments. Do we need a break? Are we okay?
No,
We
let's
don't
keep
need a break.
going.
Please, let's go. All right, proposed amendments, budget. Business Depot Ogden Lease Revenue Ordinance, proposed ordinance 2023-69, and our very own Justin Sorensen, Controller, back at it. Thank you for being here.
Let's see. All right. Yes, that's it. All right. Thank you, Chair or Vice Chair. Appreciate allowing me to be here again. I feel like I've been up here a lot tonight. So before you is a proposed ordinance amendment. Proposed ordinance 2023-69, amending our Business Depot Ogden Lease Revenue Ordinance. This ordinance was last adopted in 2021, and occasionally administration brings amendments that are needed for this on how we will distribute the funds received from BDO lease revenue. As it currently states, these are the items that are currently listed on how, as that revenue is received, how it will first be divvied out. The first one is through any debt service. We had amended this in 2021 to add in putting $1 million aside for Marshall White. At the time, it was just to put money aside depending on what we decided to do. Then we also, there's $1 million for the RDA, for the Quality Neighborhoods Incentive, 5 years of that. Then we have grants funding and public art funding. And you can see the rest of that list there, that the remaining items actually will not change, but the proposal for you tonight is the first one is to add in with the bonding for the Marshall White Center, is to add in payments of up to the $2 million for the debt service for Marshall White. And this is for fiscal year 23 through 2049 to cover those payments. The second is to cover the payments for the CBD mall debt of up to $1 million, and that would go through fiscal year 2027. And then continuing the Quality Neighborhoods Initiative through 2026, so that doesn't change. We've also added in through your action taken last fiscal year for the purchase of the property for Union Station. So we've added in the payment for that goes from fiscal year 2024 through 2030 in the amount of $783,000. One other adjustment, in the past we have allocated public art money in the amount of $100,000, and that was for both public art and arts maintenance. We're proposing to separate those as the two items, where we fund the public art up to $100,000, limited to a balance of $500,000 in that funding, and then also an additional $2,500 separately into the art maintenance allocation. The other items listed here have not changed. A few years ago, we budgeted for our annual arts grants in the general fund without needing to transfer it out of BDO lease revenue. In case there's a time where we need to do that, we've kept that in here, where if we need to transfer $150,000 from BDO lease revenue to cover that, we can. But right now, we've been able to cover that within the general fund balancing. The other items listed there have not changed from the prior ordinance. This is in the packet. If you have a chance to look through it, this is the current spending of what it would look like with the commitments we have for Quality Neighborhoods, the CBD mall debt, the Union Station property purchase, Marshall White debt, and so on. So those are in the packets and online. So again, the request for you tonight is to amend the BDO lease revenue ordinance with proposed ordinance 2023-69.
Thank you, Justin. Questions for Justin?
I know it's late. Will you go back to that previous slide? I just want to make sure I understand. So you've taken all of the debt that we are currently scheduled, and
so this goes through and it takes
so like this in 2025 we have 4.3 million committed, 35% of the total balance. I'm trying to
committed out of
the total projection.
Yeah, and so that would show you if we didn't commit the remaining balance to any other projects or any other things. That's how the balance would grow, and so that's as with what the ordinance states where the funding would go to, and that's all we did. That's where that schedule reflects.
If we don't use it on anything else.
Correct.
And then I just have a little question. I know on the arts grant, we put a cap. Once it gets to a certain amount, we cap it and don't add any more to it. Do you see us ever needing to do that with the maintenance account also? Or do you think we'll kind of burn through that pretty much year in and year out?
Currently, that maintenance balance is pretty small, and with that amount of funding, it's not a lot. So I don't imagine it building to a point where we would need to cap it at this point.
Okay, thanks.
But that could be added later on if needed.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Discussion, motion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I propose that we adopt proposed ordinance 2023-69.
Aye. Second.
Motion by Councilmember Blair, second by Councilmember White to adopt proposed ordinance 2023-69. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Nadolski?
Aye.
Councilmember White?
Aye.
Councilmember Blair?
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie?
Aye, that passes. Next, we have the conveyance of property of the Ogden City Redevelopment Agency. Brennan Cooper here to present on that item. This is,
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. For the sake of time, I'd like to refer to the record of the Special Redevelopment Agency. That presentation and all the details were given there. And given the fact that you all as the board approved the land transfer and development agreement conveying the same parcels to the developer, I would recommend that you approve also as the City Council Resolution 2023-22 approving those parcels, the conveyance of those parcels to the RDA.
thank you. Questions, discussion, motion.
I propose that I would say that we adopt proposed resolution 2023-22.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Blair, second by Councilmember Lopez to adopt proposed resolution 2023-22. I need 2023-22. I can't say 22. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember White,
Aye.
Councilmember Blair,
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Aye.
Councilmember Nadolski,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye, that passes. Comments from administration.
I will turn that on. I do have a couple. I did want to just comment on the shared role that administration and, the administrative branch and the legislative branch have in moving Ogden City forward in a positive direction. And I think a lot of the decisions here tonight, all of the decisions here tonight, reflect that commitment that we have to move the city forward in a positive direction. And I did want to acknowledge with that all the staff that were here tonight, and just appreciate the communication that we had on the items, and at the same time recognizing the effort that the city council staff puts into all of those items as well, and reading through all of them and asking good questions. So it was the amount of workload that is represented by the many items that we've had that people have been working on for months and even years up to, that is very impressive, and I appreciate all the time that went into that. But more importantly, I want to recognize Jay Louder. He's here tonight, and to thank him and his team for the phenomenal Christmas village that we have outside. And no matter what holiday or how you will be celebrating this holiday season, I think the opportunity to have the beautiful LED lights that we have are amazing and create a very positive and joyous opportunity for the public to come down and just be downtown and enjoy this time of year. So thank you, Jay, to you and to all your team that worked so hard to put this together year-round. And then it represents as well hundreds of volunteer hours for each of the houses, and so we acknowledge that and the volunteer efforts from the committee, the Christmas Village Committee. So thank you for all those efforts.
Thank you. Any additional comments from council members?
I do.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I know we've been here a while. But you guys stole my thunder earlier. I too, we were here Friday, Saturday night for the parade, and I just, with Jay being here and Mara, because there's so many people involved with the Christmas Village, that I just wanted to say thank you. It was wonderful to be on the parade. I don't ever remember seeing that many people. I believe there was a 2 to 3 block stretch where it was 10 rows deep of people. That's a huge amount of people on a Saturday night in the cold. And it was wonderful. But when we finished, I was meeting some people, so I went back into the parade, and I was standing on the corner of 26th and Washington. And when the final floats were coming through, there was a family there, and they started everybody was standing, but they went out into the street, and they started clapping, and they just started yelling, "Thank you, Ogden City. Thank you, Ogden City. We love Ogden." And it was infectious. It started with like 2 or 3, and then it went to 10. Then there was 20, and then there was about 40, and there's this group of people clapping and just chanting how much they love our city. So it was truly a proud moment for me to see that many people come out to our parade and our lighting. But even during the parade, it was awesome for me. I got to ride with Marcia in the parade and Zoe, and to see, I mean, I obviously thank you, Jay, for you and your team, but the number of volunteers, there was at least 2, maybe 4 volunteers on every corner. Every one of them was happy to be there. It was just like Disneyland. Not one of them was like, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm cold. They were so happy to be there. And it was, our Christmas Village impacts so many people in a positive way. And it was wonderful to get to experience all of it Saturday night. So I do, I'll pass it along to Mara and to Jay, but really it trickles down to so many. So thank you all. And then Rich, Councilmember Heyer, touched on this earlier, and I just wanted to just kind of add my thoughts to it. This was a longer and unique election cycle, which created its own set of challenges and opportunities, and I just it was neat for me to be able to be part of that. But also I wanted to congratulate our own Councilmember Nadolski, Mayor-elect Nadolski, on a very well-run campaign and a hard-fought victory. So congratulations. I couldn't be more excited for you. I lend you my support, and I'm excited for you and for the direction that we get to move with our city. So congratulations to everybody that won, everybody that ran. It's not easy. It's not easy. But it's neat to know that there are people that really care about our city and really want to make sure that our city continues to move forward and that our city continues to improve. And I just, like I said, I just congratulate Ben and all those that won and look forward to working with all of them.
Thanks, Bart. I appreciate that. I knew what I was going to say until you said that. All right, that means a ton, actually. Look, tonight was hard, right?
Yep.
I want anybody that was watching, anybody that's here, whether you're staff in this building, staff on the council, colleagues on the dais, I made my vote because the people at the airport really matter. And those are the people that need to be partners moving forward. And that flight and that opportunity are really important too. This city needs partners at the airport, a functional airport community, and that flight and more, right? And my vote tonight, I just want you to know, I hope you know it reflects my prioritization of putting people first. And that includes each of you. Because when I'm in a different chair, I hope you know that I am committed to fixing what happens before it gets here. Because I respect all of the anguish that you guys went through tonight, because I felt it too, right? And we are going to fix our relationships at the airport. That's what we ran for. That's what I ran for. That's what we're going to do. We have to do it because we can't continue this way. So it's a commitment to them and it's a commitment to you. And I saw more courage tonight, regardless of which way you voted. There was real struggle, real anguish, and real courage tonight. And I thank you for that. And I thank Bart for your comment and your support. And I commit to you moving forward that we are going to do everything we can to fix what happens beforehand so that we can make sure that Spirit Airlines is, or Breeze Airlines is successful, make sure that all the stakeholders of the airport are successful. That's what I'm after. So thank you everybody for hanging in there.
I just have a quick comment, and I know it's late. I had a meeting today. I'm lucky enough to operate in a sphere of economic developers that are really smart, and I just tag along. But I was in a meeting today, and sometimes we reflect to the staff how appreciative we are of what they do, but this person just went on, and they are in the economic development realm of how great a job our economic development team does. From business recruiting to using the RDA money and TIF money in an appropriate fashion. They wish that all cities did that. And so I just want to reflect that, because I think a lot of times we tell people that and they don't believe us, but when some external force comes along and says, hey, Ogden's doing a great job, we should listen to them and listen to what they're telling us. So I just want to thank you, even though we give you a lot of consternation sometimes. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
I just want to thank our community citizens for coming, the ones that are here and the ones that are listening, for engaging and for participating in these meetings. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have for consideration adjourning into a closed session. I would entertain a motion on that.
Vice Chair, I would make a motion that we adjourn into a closed session for one of the 7 items listed.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Heyer and a second by Councilmember Nadolski to adjourn into a closed session. From that session, we will adjourn the meeting, and this is the last you will see us tonight, right? This is a voice vote. Voice vote, roll call vote. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Blair.
Aye.
Councilmember Heyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Councilmember Nadolski.
Aye.
Councilmember White.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ritchie.
Aye, and that passes. Thank you, everyone.